Kaohsiung Medical University, founded in 1954, was the first private medical university in Taiwan. Alumni who have been awarded the National Medical Contribution Award. The number of people ranks first in the country. We strive to contribute to society. KMU has 7 colleges in medicine, dental medicine, pharmacy, nursing, health sciences, life science, humanities and social sciences, and the Center for General Education, and 4 university-level research centers with 7 mission-oriented research centers, 5 affiliated hospitals and 2 daycare institutes. Kaohsiung Medical University Zhonghe Memorial Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Xiaogang Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Datong Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Qijin Hospital, Kaohsiung Medical University Ganshan Hospital, Kaohsiung Datong Jianguo Daycare Institute, Kaohsiung Xiao
available at the registration booth. So this is a conscious choice as part of our advocacy for sustainability. By opting to eliminate printed materials, we aim to reduce paper consumption and promote more eco-friendly practices. It's important for us to take steps, even in small ways, to champion sustainability, like minimizing paper use at forums. So we try to walk the talk, as they say. Alternatively, you can access the program using the QR code provided at the registration booth. If you need physical materials, you can collect papers or ballpens, notepads from the iUSR shared stationery corner, also located near the registration booth. Thank you.
This is the International University Social Responsibility Forum.
Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga and Zhao Shanghao from the Kaohsiung Medical University International Convention Center. So we welcome you to the International Forum, International University Social Responsibility, or iUSR Forum, all the way from the largest city in southern Taiwan and home to the country's largest port, Kaohsiung. As we begin our program, we kindly ask everyone to please stand and direct your attention to the front of the stage or screen for the singing of the Taiwan National Anthem, followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
sisig sa dagat mundo sa simula. Sa langit bumaba, may ilang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isap ng wataw at mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig. Ang ituring na tao na kailan pang may magdidinig. Luha ng araw ng walang magsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang bigayan ng pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now be seated. Welcome to the International University Social Responsibility Forum, co-organized by the Sustainable Development for Namasha District and International Indigenous Areas and the University of the Philippines Open University. This year's theme, Bridging Universities and Communities Towards Empowerment through International University Social Responsibility, discusses important topics that recognize the pertinent role that universities play in advancing their local and global communities. As bastions of knowledge and innovation, universities have a responsibility to ensure that the expertise they develop goes beyond the walls and makes a meaningful impact on society at large. IUSR is a commitment that draws the university out of its ivory tower into greater service to the community by employing people-centered, knowledge-driven, and SDG-focused assessments and interventions. We hope that you're all set to learn, share your ideas, collaborate, and enjoy the event on-site here in Kaohsiung, Taiwan. To formally welcome everyone to this event, I would like to call on the Vice President of the Kaohsiung Medical University, Dr. Cho Fan Ho.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the iUSR Lakbay Kaohsiung Forum. I think we know this forum represents a significant collaboration between Kaohsiung Medical University and the University of Philippines Open University, with the aim of advancing international cooperation and practice in university social responsibility. That's what we call USR. So today, we will focus on how USR is being promoted and implemented globally by sharing successful cases from both our countries in the field of ecology, environment, health, and education. So through this forum, we hope to deepen collaboration between Taiwan and the Philippines. So in the realm of USR, while also exploring innovative solutions to address global challenges. I think there are a lot of challenges, right? Typhoon and the environment change, the weather is very hot, right? So, in addition, this forum will highlight our efforts and achievement in promoting social responsibility while providing a rich learning opportunity for all participants. We look forward to engaging in discussion on how education and social responsibility can empower community and enhance our collaboration in social development and education. I think we all have a very high estimation, right? Okay, and finally, thank you all for your participation. We believe that this event will lay a solid foundation for future collaboration and contribute positively to global education and social development. And hope everyone enjoy today's forum, and thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cho. Indeed, it's a pleasure to welcome everyone to the first IUSR Forum today, where we're very much excited to share real stories of how USR is making a difference in various disciplines like health, education, and the environment, both in Taiwan and the Philippines. We share the hope that this forum sparks fresh ideas, strengthens our partnerships, and brings us closer to tackling the global challenges we all face together. I know we're all excited to begin the important event, and we have now reached the official opening of the IUSR program. To lead us in this part of the program and deliver her message, I would like to invite Dr. Melinda de la Peña Bandalaria, Chancellor of the University of the Philippines Open University, to the stage.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Of course, to Vice President, Vice President, the Dean also, College of Science, yes. Thank you very much for welcoming us here, and we're very happy to be here in Kaohsiung again. Colleagues from the UP Open University, nice to see you here after being busy in the Philippines. So I now have my formal greeting to our Vice President, Dr. Fan Hao Cho, and the Dean of the College of Sciences, Professor Sui Wei Chang. And of course, the other officials of Kaohsiung Medical University. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Personally and professionally, I am happy that we are holding this forum on University Social Responsibility. I've been teaching corporate social responsibility for a number of years already, and along with teaching corporate social responsibility is also teaching university social responsibility. And I have noted that for the many professors who enrolled in our Doctor of Communication program, where this course is under, there is always that kind of misconception as to what exactly is university social responsibility. And this is the reason why I am happy that at least in the Philippines, UPOU is leading a forum like this wherein we can really show concrete examples on how USR can be implemented through the different activities. And of course, we are always happy to learn from Kaohsiung Medical University. So thank you for hosting us here, and thank you for co-organizing this forum with us, which I hope will just be the first. And calling the attention of the Dean of the Faculty of Management and Development Studies, the lead person for this activity, Dean Joanne. I want to emphasize the first, because we will be looking forward to the second, the third, and so on and so forth. And of course, we know universities' major functions like instruction, research, of course, especially colleagues from the Open University, UP Open University. When we talk of universities, we always think of along these three major functions: instruction, research, and public service. And there are also accepted parameters and standards by which we measure the outputs of these major functions. At the end of the day, though, we may ask, what bottom line should guide the frameworks of research and instruction, for instance, or even the concretization of our public service engagement with our communities? Then we turn to the other lesser-known articulation of the purpose of universities and the bottom line which should guide these major functions. And then we will know that it is the university social responsibility. Of course, we are doing this at the national level, but now I am happy to note that we are raising the bar, and we have now this international university social responsibility. This forum also redefined what our articulation of exactly what a community is. We have opened our community, so to speak. There's no more barrier when it comes to geographical, physical boundaries, and we now recognize that our community goes beyond those geographical and physical boundaries. So I am happy to note that this gathering looks at bridging universities and communities with the end goal of empowering our communities. Because at the end of the day, what are our research for? What is the instruction for? If it's not for empowering communities, not only the communities within our geographical location, but at this point, it is the international community. So at times, we talk of our public service, we talk of our community engagement, but are we measuring the impact, the kind of empowerment that we give to these communities? So we take, again, through this forum, we are taking community engagement to the level of university social responsibility, which implies the greater sense of obligation. And on our end, our universities gives a deeper sense of purpose in what we do. The articulation of university social responsibility in this forum likewise provides us with that re-articulation, and I hope that we can still provide that kind of explanation and concrete articulation, concrete examples on how we can do this so that we can, in turn, bridge the university, our universities, and our community so that we can further empower our community. So again, thank you, our partners, our partner, Kaohsiung Medical University, for taking this initiative with us, and also colleagues from UPOU. You have, shall I say, faced the challenge of having this activity and giving your own contribution to how we can do this at the international level. So thank you, everyone, and we look forward to a discussion with the hope that at the end of this forum, we can have something that we can bring forward to like the second international forum. So good morning, everyone, and again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chancellor Bandalaria. I hope we were able to, I hope Chancey was able to lay out a few ideas and points for us to ponder on as we start today's forum by bridging IUSR or bringing IUSR initiatives into university programs and performance of our tripartite function, and ultimately connecting our communities to better serve the communities that we aim to empower. Okay, thank you. So I'm sure our participants are eager to contribute to the transformative change we envision. In pursuing the goals of IUSR, KMU and UPOU continue to explore opportunities for the university to help build sustainable communities and advance the broader objective of sustainability. We can all agree that none of this would be possible without the growing partnership between KMU and UPOU. At this point, I would like to invite again Chancellor Bandalaria, Vice President Cho Fan Hao, joined by the Faculty of Management and Development Studies Dean Joanne V. Serrano and College of Life Science Dean Chang Shui Wei to come forward for the exchange of the institutional gift. May we request everyone for a photo opportunity? May we request everyone for a photo opportunity. Please remain on your seats, and our official photographer, Brian, will take a photo from the stage. Okay, smile everyone. Okay. We have a few logos and placards that we're distributing. Smile. Thank you, Brian and Lynn. Now, as we continue with our program, it is my pleasure to introduce the FMDS lead faculty for IUSR, who will provide the conference rationale. She will outline the purpose and significance of today's forum, as well as the learning visits scheduled for the coming days. Please join me in welcoming Assistant Professor Lorena Jean Saludades.
There's a height difference. All right. Thank you so much, Lynn. So good morning, everyone. Dacha hao. Dacha hao. International University social responsibility is built on the intensifying effect of collaboration. Thus, this forum presents us with a wonderful opportunity to magnify our efforts in improving the conditions of our local and global communities. Today, we will hear about the projects of our plenary and panelists, plenary discussion and panelists, and I urge everyone to use this space to discuss, to learn, contribute, and most importantly, to collaborate. Because imagine the impact that we can have when we are all moving as partners towards carving an IUSR corridor towards global development. But before we get to our presentations as part of our program, I am very proud to acknowledge the presence of our community members all the way from the Philippines, our San Antonio Trolley community of Barangay San Antonio in the municipality of Los Baños, Laguna in the Philippines. So please stand. They're wearing the maroon UPOU t-shirt. And they're very excited to be with us here today. So they are represented by the community organizations, San Antonio Trolley Organization, Women's Brigade, and Kaya Natin Youth. To know their stories, let us watch this quick video.
Masaya po kagawa na first time lang po mangyayari sa amin to at magkakaroon po kami ng mga bagong knowledge na ma-encounter po namin sa pagpunta namin sa Taiwan na pwede rin po namin ma-adapt pagbalik po namin dito.
The special science and nature city of Los Baños is one of the municipalities in Laguna, Philippines. Los Baños is the home of many research, science, and academic institutions in the country. In the midst of these institutions lies the railroad community in Barangay San Antonio. This vibrant and welcoming community of Sitio Maligaya and Sitio Pag-asa have been interacting with various tourists from different parts of the world.
Ako po si Roel Ogalin, 51 years old, natira sa Barangay San Antonio, Los Baños, Laguna. At tatrabaho bilang trolley boys. Since 9 years old ako, nag-trolley na ako. Sa ngayon, ako yung tumatayong presidente ng Samahan na Santo. And then, nagsimulang mabuo ang Samahan 2008 sa pamumuno ng mga kumpare at kuya ko. And then, nung ako nag-ano nung 2010, ako naglagay nung meaning ng Santo. Bali ako nag-ano talaga nung pangalan nun. Dati, trolley boys lang talaga siya. Ngayon, nung ako namuno, binigyan ko siya ng pangalan. Ginawa ko San Antonio Trolley Organization.
One of the sources of livelihood and transportation in this community is the trolley. Every day, the trolley drivers of Santo endures the scorching heat despite the health risk for the sake of their livelihood.
Ako po si Melvin Bagsik, 36 years old. Ang trabaho ay isang trolley boys, driver. Almost 15 years na ako nagto-trolley. Pagka maulan, yan, dito kami nahihirapan kapag ganitong mga panahon na may tag-ulan. Saka yung sobrang init kasi ano namin dyan, yung kalusugan namin eh.
Even the stormy weather will not stop the trolley drivers just to gain at least 10 pesos for their family. For some, pushing a trolley weighing around 20 to 30 kilograms for 8 hours and earning 500 pesos is enough to survive the day. But this is not always the case for everyone.
Sa ano po, hindi po sumasapat minsan. Magulang ko, nagbibigay din kahit paano ang baon, tapos yung pangkain din namin. Pagkalimbawa, may inaambiyahe sa trolley. Sa construction, minsan sa 400 na hindi sapat ang sweldo sa construction. Kaya paggawas ko noon, nagtotrolley pa ako.
Melvin, his wife and children, as well as his siblings and parents, are staying under one roof. Inside this humble home is where his children's dreams are starting to grow.
Yung matuto sila at makatapos ng pag-aaral kasi wala naman akong yaman na ipapamana sa kanila kundi yun lang magtapos sila ng pag-aaral. Kasi ang dami ng mga pangarap ng mga anak ko na gusto nila maging teacher, isa engineer, isa police. Eh pagka mali mo, balang araw, yung mga inaasam mo yan, makamit nyo rin. Basta mag-aaral lang.
Along with their own aspirations, Santo drivers serve the railroad community as they push trolleys for kilometers.
Magandang araw po. Ako po si Christian Lalog. Ako po 31 years old na. At ang kasalukuyang trabaho ko po ngayon ay magto-trolley. Almost 17 years na po ako nagto-trolley. Mga bata pa po ako nung nagsimula. Tapos, habang lumalaki po ako, dito po namin kinukuha ang pangunahing pangangailangan namin sa araw-araw, pagkain, pinansyal. Hanggang sa ngayon po na ako po may mga anak na. Sa isang araw ma'am, kalimitan, lumalabas po ako ng mga alas 6 ng umaga hanggang 6 ng gabi din po.
Number one yun. Pangunahing sakayan to ng naninirahan dyan. Lalo yung mga nagpupunta sa palengke, yung mga may tindahan, yung mga estudyante. Importante kasi pag walang sama ng isang evento, kung hindi kami bumuo ng organization, para bagang masyadong mababa. Nasa mababang sektor na kami ng lipunan ng trabaho. Ngayon, kung walang namumunong katulad ko, nakakaawa yung mga magtotrolley. Hindi mo may hihingi ng tulong, may lalapit.
Through the San Antonio Trolley Organization, Project Lakbay Trolley was conceptualized under the International University Social Responsibility, or the iUSR. University of the Philippines Open University Faculty of Management and Development Studies, in collaboration with Kaohsiung Medical University and EduConnect Southeast Asia Association, recognizes the pertinent role of universities in advancing their local and global communities. UPOU FMDS, KMU, and EduConnect Southeast Asia Association believes that the knowledge from the university shall not be confined in the four corners of the classroom.
Excited, tsaka kabado rin kasi pupunta ka sa lugar na hindi mo kabisado eh. And then, kaya ka-excited para makakuha ka ng karanasan kung bakit sila ganun ka progreso ang buhay, kaunlad, makakuha ng kaalaman.
Ayun, so masaya po gawa na first time lang po mangyayari sa amin to. At magkakaroon po kami ng mga bagong knowledge na ma-encounter po namin sa pagpunta namin sa Taiwan. Na pwede rin po namin ma-adapt pagbalik po namin dito.
Masaya po ako kasi sa dami-dami pumupunta mga turista dito. Isa lang pong Taiwanese ang sa amin na pumunta sa kanilang lugar at in-expect ko na yun nga yung may matutunan na pwedeng dalhin dito sa lugar namin at para may share din namin yung matututunan namin pagpunta ng Taiwan.
Medyo challenges po, tsaka excited yung nararamdaman po namin. Challenges po kasi po, kailangan po namin may matutunan para po may share namin sa komunidad upang umudlad po yung kinalalagyan namin ngayon. May pagbabago po sa ginagalaw namin.
IUSR commits to greater service aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, people-centered, and knowledge-driven programs. This 24th of September 2024, the San Antonio Trolley Organization, together with San Antonio Women's Brigade and Kaya Natin Youth Los Baños representative, will fly to Kaohsiung, Taiwan for a meaningful, transformative, and empowering learning visit that will contribute to the bigger goal of community improvement and sustainability. Now, the railroad is not just a home and source of livelihood for the community. Through the Project Lakbay, empowerment and active participation towards the dream for community improvement is rolling because of the engagement between the universities and the trolley community. And this is all through the railroad, through the rail.
The video, they were still excited to be here, and now we're proud to say that they're already here. And would it be alright if I could ask you to come in front so that we could just recognize your presence here? Our community members. So they said in the video that they're very excited to be here, to know the things that they can pick up, and they could possibly emulate these practices in their own community. So could you please stand here so that we can just acknowledge you? All right. Single file, single file. I'd like to introduce first the Trolley King, Mr. Lian Lalog. Now, can you please step forward so that we could recognize you? So, Mr. Lian Lalog from San Antonio Trolley Organization. And then we have Ms. Jovelyn Guerra Moises from the Women's Brigade. She's the women's representative. We also have Ms. Mary Rose Alingasa from Kaya Natin Youth, our youth representative. Then we have Kuya Christian Lalog from Santo as well. Kuya Melvin Bagsik from Santo. President of the San Antonio Trolley Organization, Mr. Ruel Ogalin, and Kuya Ruben Panti. From Santo, Kuya Jobert Arizapa. And lastly, Kuya Joel Bataan. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, and we're very glad to have you here. So we may now sit down, and we thank everyone for being here. Let's have an exciting forum. Thank you.
Okay, once again, let's give them a warm round, welcome applause for the San Antonio Trolley Organization from our partner community in the Philippines. So as part of UPOU FMDS Public Service Initiative, Project Lakbay, this partnership was conceptualized under the IUSR initiative, co-organized by KMU, UPOU, and EduConnect Southeast Asia Association Kaohsiung. So they'll be with us in the coming days to share their experiences from San Antonio, Los Baños, Laguna, to develop their cultural competence and learn from Taiwan's best practices. So let's cheer them on as they embark on this exciting journey. With that, we'd like to express our gratitude to all the participants and special guests for joining us in the opening forum. We would like to acknowledge our major organizers, Kaohsiung Medical University, Sustainable Development for Namasha District and International Indigenous Areas, and University of the Philippines Open University. A special thanks to our partner, EduConnect Southeast Asia Association, Kaohsiung. This concludes our opening ceremony. Now we'd like to invite Assistant Professor Lorena Jean Saludades to lead us into the plenary session.
All right. Welcome to the plenary session of the International University Social Responsibility Forum. Good morning, Tacha Hao. I am LJ Saludades, your moderator for this plenary session with the theme UPOU Trifunction and the integration of IUSR, the CIDAS framework. What is this CIDAS framework? We'll learn more about it later. So before we begin, please allow me to announce a few ground rules. For our online participants via YouTube live stream, please use your full name so that we can address you properly during our session. You can type your questions in the chat room, which we will answer during the open forum. During the presentation, the moderator will signal when it's time to ask questions. You can then go to the microphone that are provided here in front, and you can ask your questions directly. You can also write down your questions and give them to our ushers, who will pass them to the moderator to read aloud. So eating and drinking inside the session hall are strictly prohibited. Our ushers and facilitators will be more than happy to assist you in finding your way to the designated area during our snack and lunch break. Should you need to take your drinks while the plenary session is ongoing, you may exit from the hall quietly and return to your seats after taking your food. All right, so now that we are all set for our plenary session, please allow me to introduce our esteemed speaker. Joanne V. Serrano is a professor and the current dean of the Faculty of Management and Development Studies, University of the Philippines Open University. Prior to her appointment as Dean of FMDS, she served as the Director of the Office of Public Affairs, Director of the Multimedia Center, Director of the Office of Gender Concerns, and the Secretary to the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. Currently, she is teaching environmental advocacy, communication of scientific and technical information, socio-cultural perspectives of the environment, sustainable entrepreneurship, and worldviews of sustainability. She has a wide array of research interests, including sustainability, socio-cultural perspectives on environment, development and environmental communication, health promotion, gender and indigenous knowledge, experiential learning, open and distance e-learning. And she is currently the editor-in-chief of the UPOU-managed journal, Journal of Management and Development Studies. She is part of a transdisciplinary research network called One by Walking, which involved in experimenting research methodologies related to walking. Her advocacies include women empowerment, youth transformation, inclusion and diversity, and sustainability. As FMDS Dean, she initiated developing socially relevant activities such as Project Lakbay and the Sustainable Community Transformation for our railroad community in Los Baños, Philippines under the International Social Responsibility or IUSR program, among others. Everyone, please join me in welcoming our plenary speaker, Dr. Joanne V. Serrano.
Good morning, everyone. let me acknowledge Dean Zui Wei Chang and our Chancellor, Dr. Melinda Bandelaria. So it is my honor and pleasure to be presenting today at Kaohsiung Medical University, and my plenary session topic is entitled UPOU Tri-Function and the Integration of IUSR, the FMDS Framework. This is my presentation outline. I will be discussing the following key points. UPOU is one of the constituent units of the UP system. For those who are not from UP, UPOU's mandate and tri-function, the FMDS framework, CIDAS, or Community Inclusivity, Digital Transformation, and Acceleration towards Sustainability, and key differences of traditional public service and IUSR. Many of you may already be familiar with UP since many of my colleagues are here. But for the interest of those who are not from the University of the Philippines, let me introduce you to our university. University of the Philippines is the National University of the Philippines and is mandated to lead in setting academic standards and driving innovation in teaching, research, and faculty development across diverse fields of expertise. It serves as a graduate and research university, advancing specialized studies and conducting both basic and applied research that contributes to national and global knowledge. As a public service institution, it provides technical assistance, community service, and promotes democratic governance while fostering leadership, responsible citizenship, and the development of national identity. And the University of the Philippines, or University of the Philippines Open University, or UPOU, where most of us came from, is actually just one of the constituent units of the UP system. If we take a look at this map, you can see that there are 8 constituent units and 1 autonomous college across the UP system. What makes the UP system unique is that each constituent unit specializes in distinct areas of academic research and excellence. For instance, UP Diliman, the largest campus, is renowned for its leadership in the arts and sciences, while UP Los Baños excels in agriculture, environmental studies, and biotechnology, and UP Manila is the Center for Health Sciences. And UPOU, as you know, is a pioneer in distance education and online learning, promoting accessibility, as well as flexible and lifelong learning opportunities for students across the globe. This diversity across the UP system reflects the university's commitment to providing quality education tailored to the varying needs of society, making UP not just a center for learning, but a key player in the nation's progress. Now, while each constituent unit of the UP system specializes in different fields, they're also bound by a long-standing tradition of honor and excellence, values that have shaped the university's identity for over a century. Recently, under the leadership of our current university president, public service was formally integrated into the university's motto. This addition reinforces the university's mission to not only excel in academics and research, but also to serve the broader community, deepening its commitment to the nation's progress and the public good. Now, if you take a closer look, you'll notice that UPOU is geographically located near UP Los Baños, which often leads to some confusion. In fact, it's not uncommon for people to mistake UPOU for UP Los Baños, assuming that they are one and the same. While we may share proximity and are both part of the UP system, UPOU and UP Los Baños are 2 distinct units of the UP system. And we regard UP Los Baños as our older and more established sister within the UP system. And of course, our relationship is built on mutual respect and collaboration. Now, if you ask me now what makes UPOU unique compared to the other constituent units of the UP system, let me just share a few facts about UPOU. UPOU established in 1995 and is dubbed as the cyber campus of the University of the Philippines system. We are actually mandated by law, which is the Republic Act 10950 or the Open Distance Education Act in the Philippines. And UPOU then and now has been playing an important role in promoting lifelong learning and access to quality education for all Filipinos and overseas students. Over the years, UPOU's expertise has evolved to focus on technology-enabled learning, artificial intelligence, immersive environment, data science, and sustainability. And as pioneer in distance education, we have embraced these advanced technologies to create innovative, flexible, and accessible learning environments. You might be wondering now, how does UPOU promote lifelong learning while upholding its values of honor, excellence, and public service? But before we dive into that, some of you may also be curious about whether public service aligns with the concept of International University Social Responsibility, or iUSR. Are they the same? Or do they differ in scope, implementation, and approach? So we'll explore these questions in the upcoming slides. Now, going back to my question earlier, how can UPOU promote lifelong learning in pursuit of honor, excellence, and public service? As our Chancellor has said, UPOU operates under a tri-function. We have the instruction, research, and public service. This means that UPOU is able to offer a wide array of quality-assured academic programs, conduct impactful research, and do public service for the betterment of the country and its people. As part of the National University, UPOU is deeply committed to addressing complex national and global challenges, particularly in areas such as climate change, poverty, and gender equality. And through these efforts, UPOU continually fosters a culture of lifelong learning that empowers individuals and strengthens communities. And at the forefront of this commitment are the Faculty of Studies of UPOU. So from the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, and the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. Now, for this particular session, I will be sharing most of the FMDS experience so we can better understand how we integrate iUSR into the functions of the university at the level of the Faculty of Study. So we first encountered the concept of iUSR just last year when we organized Project Lakbay. So this is in partnership with EduConnect Taiwan. And because UPOU FMDS is trying to transition into becoming, it's trying to lead the transition of UPOU to become a model sustainable university, Project Lakbay was conceptualized to develop the youth and children's capacity in achieving the 17 UN SDGs. So in the beginning, Project Lakbay was about cultural exchange and immersion. Our Taiwanese participants, I think there were a couple of visits then. They visit local communities to observe and learn from what is happening in the Philippines. And one of the communities was where our friends from Santo, from the San Antonio, Barangay es San Antonio, Los Baños, Laguna are located. We have watched the video documentary just a while ago. And from that, we have seen in this documentary that there are a lot of challenges encountered by our trolley drivers. And our Taiwanese friends who joined Lakbay heard this story firsthand as they interviewed them along the railroad. All of them said it was their first trolley ride experience. This is actually the inspiration behind integrating iUSR into the concept of Project Lakbay. Upon upon learning this concept from the Taiwanese, we had an idea to explore more ways on how to integrate this concept with what we are already doing. Because if you notice, it might come out as if it's just a duplication of our public service initiatives, which relates to our previous question: is public service the same as what we call IUSR? Now, before going deeper into that, let me present this framework showing the FMDS core function. As you can see, it reflects UPOU's tri-function: instruction, research, and public service. This alignment ensures that our activities contribute to the end goal of transitioning into a model sustainable university. This framework shows the synergy among instruction, research, and public service to promote sustainability at the university level. It encourages the development of academic programs that cuts across research and public service, creating a holistic approach to education. What we mean by this is, as academics, we do not only teach our students within the, well, we don't really teach them within the four corners, but in the virtual classroom, or just come up with theories. It extends into practical, real-world application that benefits society. Course activities are not just for academic enrichments, but are designed with the potential to be translated into research, which in turn can inform public service. This integrated approach creates a cycle where instruction, teaching, and public service interconnect. Instruction, teaching is aligned with current societal challenges, with sustainability and social responsibility embedded into curricula. Students learn not only academic theories, but are also encouraged to think critically about their role in society and how their learning can address real-world issues. Research, classroom activities often lead to research projects where students and faculty investigate issues, gather data, and propose solutions. These research endeavors not only deepen academic understanding, but also contribute to the body of knowledge in addressing global challenges. For example, climate change, poverty, and inequality, among others. And public service, the findings from research are applied into to community service, policy recommendations, or projects that benefit the public. Universities act as hubs for innovation that can directly improve societal well-being, whether through outreach programs, collaborations with local communities, or global initiatives. So at FMDS, we do our best to keep this synergy afloat by aligning instructional methods with research initiatives and public service projects. And we refer to this synergy as CIDAS, which stands for Community Inclusivity, Digital Transformation, and Acceleration Towards Sustainability. Under CIDAS, we have 8 components: digital transformation, youth and children empowerment, women and elderly empowerment transformation, community health education and well-being, climate education and justice, community improvement, sustainable livelihood innovations and digitally transformed enterprise, and application of research towards advancement of communities. At this point, we can now determine if the concepts of IUSR and public service are the same. Here are some definitions of IUSR that we can ponder on. The term university social responsibility can be defined as a policy of ethical quality in the activities of the university community, including students, lecturers, administrative staff, through responsible management of the educational, cognitive, labor, environmental impacts of the university in a participative dialogue with society to promote sustainable human development in 4 steps. commitment, self-diagnosis, compliance, and accountability. And that's from Valais in 2013. USR can also be described as university engagement, and that university partnership with its communities is achieved through education or the transfer of knowledge, provision of services, research, teaching, and scholarship. Now, USR describes a university as a social entity able to engage in social development and local community services by using its human capital and knowledge. So USR in Taiwan is part of the new policy defined in the Higher Education Sprout Project, and I think that's in 2023. And another author defined it as focusing on the role of quality assurance systems in Taiwanese higher education. And in his analysis, IUSR promotes community engagement and societal development within educational framework, which is more comprehensive compared to traditional public service. So this is a study done on the key differences of traditional public service and the international university social responsibility. So when we talk of public service, it's often distinct from teaching and research. And this is very evident in our university function. So when we talk of our tri-function in our university, the instruction is separate from research and separate from public service. So there's a very distinct difference when it comes to these three functions or separation. But when we talk of international university social responsibility or USR, the public service is actually integrated into teaching and research. And this is what we have been trying to start at FMDS, and we came up with that particular framework in SIDAS to intersect instruction, research, and public service. In terms of scope, the traditional public service is focused on local or regional community needs. And when we talk of IUSR, it is international or global in focus, addressing global challenges, but of course, taking into consideration the local context as well. In terms of sustainability, if we can look at and reflect on our public service initiatives in our university, they're often focused on immediate short-term impact. So we go to a particular community, we provide a particular public service, and we are expecting an immediate or short-term result. But when we talk of IUSR, it actually emphasizes long-term sustainable solutions. That's why it's very important to keep in mind the importance of integrating public service into the instruction activities that we do. So when we design our instruction activities, for example, we can integrate the public service as well as the research. And this is what makes IUSR somehow more holistic and more encompassing. And then in terms of student role, if we will reflect on the public service that we do in our universities, the students are not very much involved in our public service unless they will volunteer for public service activities. So maybe you can reflect on your unit's public service, and maybe we would really realize that our students are not really involved unless we ask them to volunteer. But in IUSR, the students are actively participating through research and learning. So when you design your courses and your instruction, you have your students in mind to be part of the activities. So that's the essence of the intersection among these three functions. And when we talk of faculty role, in traditional public service, faculty contribute through separate outreach or volunteerism. So maybe we can look at our own units' activities when it comes to public service. So a particular faculty has this initiative, another faculty has this initiative. So they're really separate outreach activities. But in IUSR, faculty integrate service into research, instruction, and mentorship. So it's part of the design of the faculty that the faculty and the students are involved in the research and public service that are done in the community. And when we talk of impact, it often involves direct one-time services or outreach for the traditional public service. And when we talk of IUSR, the aim really is for systemic change and informed by research and academic engagement. Hence, we interpret this comparison based on our context. The difference between the level of community involvement in traditional public service and IUSR is indeed apparent. When it comes to public service, universities may respond by providing funding or implementing programs that address the community's immediate and direct concerns. But sometimes the problem with this approach is we tend to take away some sense of ownership from the community to solve and face their problems. We treat them as mere beneficiaries or recipients of knowledge. On the other hand, the participatory nature of the IUSR approach may lead to the co-creation and co-production of knowledge through university and community partnership. And this fosters collaboration at multiple levels for sustainable and effective social change. Now, to conclude, public service represents just one facet of international social responsibility. IUSR and traditional public service share a commitment to societal impact, but somehow they differ in scope, implementation, and focus. So, in terms of scope, let me just highlight that traditional public service and universities is often limited to fulfilling immediate community needs, such as offering training programs, providing consulting services, or contributing to public administration tasks. It focuses on the delivery of services from universities to their surrounding communities. On the other hand, IUSR adopts a broader approach aiming for a systemic change that integrates social responsibility into universities' functions. This includes teaching, research, and partnership that aligns with global sustainability goals such as the United Nations SDGs. In terms of integration, IUSR emphasizes integrating social responsibility into the core mission of universities, affecting how curricula are designed, how research is conducted, and how community outreach is structured. This approach treats social impact not as an add-on, but as a primary goal of higher education, encouraging interdisciplinary programs that directly connects academic learning to real-world social and environmental issues. Traditional public service is often more detached from the academic processes, functioning separately from the research and teaching missions of the university. And in terms of collaboration, IUSR encourages active partnerships between universities and external stakeholders such as government bodies, NGOs, and international organizations. And the focus is on creating long-term sustainable solutions through collaboration. In contrast, traditional public service often operates more unilaterally, with universities providing expertise or services to the community rather than co-creating solutions. And these differences highlight the evolving role of universities and society, where IUSR seeks to create lasting, multidimensional impacts, aligning academic goals with the broader social good. Within the context of the University of the Philippines Open University and our faculty, it is evident that SIDAS functions as a vital conduit for advancing and operationalizing IUSR. This is primarily due to SIDAS' focused efforts on empowering local communities, enabling them to actively contribute towards the achievement of the 17 UN SDGs. And through initiatives aimed at capacity building and sustainable development, SIDAS exemplifies the integration of teaching, research, and community engagement, employing the broader objectives of IUSR by fostering both local and global impact. And by aligning with these goals, SIDAS not only advances public service but also reinforces the holistic, interconnected mission of IUSR, thereby positioning UPOU as a proactive agent in promoting sustainability and social responsibility within and beyond its academic mandate. Thank you very much.
Talk show format. Thank you. Thank you for that insightful and timely presentation, Dean Joanne. So let us proceed with our very casual open forum. May I, okay, you're already seated there. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand or just approach the microphone so that I can acknowledge you. So we have 2 microphone stands. Yes, sir. Please state your name and your question and affiliation.
Hello. Okay. Hi, good morning. I'm Jong Bilano from the National Sun Yat-sen University and UP Los Baños. At estudyante rin po ako ng OpenOU dati. Okay. Dean, thank you for that very enlightening presentation. First and foremost, I would like to commend our youngest but well-established sister constituent university, OpenOU, UP Open University, and KMU, of course, for forging this collaboration and hosting this IUSR conference. I do agree and subscribe with the idea of UISR and personally support strengthening university social responsibilities. I'm just curious on how you define community or communities you work with in your social responsibility, and what are your guiding principles in identifying or determining your community to serve and empower? Is that by proximity, by necessity, relevancy on existing university programs, familiarity with the community or traditional services, or mix of those, or what? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Schoolmate of Al. Yeah. Thank you, sir. You already answered your questions. So those are actually our criteria. One, we do want to serve our immediate community. Even though we are an open university and we're a university beyond borders. So we have students all over the globe. But of course, our physical campus is in Los Baños. So we try to reach out to the nearby communities around us because they are our immediate physical community. So for example, the San Antonio trolley organizations, the Women Brigade, the KNY, they are very close to us. We also have nearby communities where we partner with. For example, the Santo Domingo Bay, in very near, a few kilometers from us, Maahas, because our address is UP Open University, Barangay Maahas. So we try to serve the immediate communities. But of course, we also align it to our academic programs. So if you will look at the SIDAS framework, they're actually aligned to our academic programs. Our academic programs range is a diverse array of programs. So from health to environment to entrepreneurship to land valuation, land use planning. So it's very wide, a diverse array of programs. So we try to also address the needs of those academic programs. And that's why I think the USR framework is very important, because we cannot really separate our functions. If we focus mainly, for example, on instruction, it's not informed by the current societal challenges that we face. We will only learn about it through review of literature. So it's better to design it in such a way that you're already working with the communities that we partner with, and also include research as well. So I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dean. Do we have other questions? Yes, Dr. Leo.
Good morning, Dean Joanne. I'm teaching systems thinking in a DSUS course, and I think some of our students are also watching, and we're now on the part of systems thinking. In terms of IUSR, it's a relationship between the university and society or the community. But if we apply the triple helix model, wherein there's the government, the industry, and the academe, how can we advance IUSR with relationships and interactions with the other two agents in the triple helix model? Again, in industry and government. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Leo. So our students are watching. Hi, doctoral DSUS students, if you're watching. But maybe I was remiss in giving example earlier that I just focus on communities. But IUSR extends beyond communities, even industry partners, government agencies, and even NGOs. An example of this is we have a partnership, if you remember, Doc Leo. We have a partnership in one of our community partners, wherein we partner with an industry that's Concentrics, and then we partner with a government agency that's PESO. What's PESO again? Provincial Employment Service Office. And then of course we partner with the local community. So it's not just between university and the community, but among different stakeholders. I think it's very important to include other partners as well. And also, just to add, in DSUS, some of our activities were designing the instruction and the research that the students will be doing or are doing in relation with the communities that we are partnering with. So it's not just us providing services to the community, but we have actually designed the courses, the course activities, and the research as part of the university social responsibility. Thank you, Sir Leo.
Thank you, Dean. Yes, Dr. Fina.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, our voice is a shared puyat voice. Anyway, of course, I fully understood and share the same sentiments with regard to the perspective on public service and IUSR, though in my dissertation, the perspective that I use, which is very much aligned and similar to what was presented, is on community engagement. So my question is, since we are part of the UP system where the term and maybe the perspective being used is aligned with public service, do you think it might help us better form and influence our perspective and the way we operationalize that perspective if we rethink the use of that term and change it to something better like iUSR or community engagement? What are your thoughts about this? Especially for the UPOU or at the very least FMDS context. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Doc Fina. For me, I don't think we need to change the terms, but I think we need to rethink how we define and how we operationalize public service. Because if we reflect right now on the public service that we're doing, we say that, of course, we will say, oh, we're engaging our partner communities. But at the end of the day, it's really us providing services to them. It's seldom that we have projects that communities are co-creating solutions with us, and that it's part of our academic courses and part of our research. It's very seldom, and I cannot think of any right now. So I think, public service in UP has its long tradition. But I think it's high time that we rethink how we define it and how we operationalize it. And I think it's being recognized by our colleagues from different CUs. In the recent faculty conference that the UP, the University of the Philippines had, there has been an extensive talk about the concept of public service, how to redefine it in terms of really engaging the community. And when we talk of engagement, it's not just us providing service, but it's really a two-way two-way process. I hope that answers your question, Ma'am Fina. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. So one last question from an online participant, Dr. Bagarinao. How can universities balance their commitment to social responsibility with their financial and academic priorities, ensuring that their initiatives lead to tangible, long-term community impact?
Thank you, Sir Baggy, for that question. Pang-compre mga tanong nito. I think what I've shared earlier, there's really a need for us to integrate iUSR and how we plan our three functions. So for example, when we plan our academic programs, when we propose, for example, an academic program and academic courses within the program, we can already integrate the research and public service part that is really framed from an iUSR perspective. So you don't really need additional budget for that if it's already embedded in the design of your programs. But I do understand Sir Baggy's point, and I think it's important when we're doing iUSR, it's important to really partner with organizations and industry partners, international organizations, and this is actually one example of it. Partnership with KMU, it's not really like we're putting so much budget on it, but because it's a collaboration, we're able to, the output or the outcome of our partnership is better compared to just us doing it alone. So my point is, first, I think when we are designing or proposing programs, we can integrate or intersect these three functions already. It's embedded in the design. And second, partnership is very important. I think that lessens the burden in terms of putting too much in terms of financial constraints or resources in a particular program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. So I will have to cut our open forum short due to our time limitations. But thank you everyone for your participation, and thank you again, Prof. Joanne. And now it is time to show our appreciation to our wonderful speaker. May we invite in front the Dean of the Kaohsiung Medical University College of Life Science, Professor Xie Wei Chang, and Chancellor Bandalaria to award the token and certificate. Please allow me to read the citation. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Joanne V. Serrano for serving as plenary speaker at the International University Social Responsibility Forum with the theme Bridging Universities and Communities Towards Empowerment Through International University Social Responsibility, held on the 26th day of September 2024 at Kaohsiung Medical University International Convention Center, Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Signed, Melinda D.P. Bandalaria, Chancellor of UPOU, and Minglong Yu, President of KMU. Again, thank you so much, Professor Joanne. And we would also like to thank the participants for sharing their valuable time and insights, and we hope you were able to obtain useful information that you can apply in your respective expertise and sustainable community initiatives. As we embark on this shared journey towards a more sustainable future for our community and our nation, let us remember that every small action counts. Again, this has been LJ, and we hope that you can still watch with us and still be with us until the end of the forum. Thank you, Sheshe.
Thank you, Ma'am LJ. So let me call everyone's attention as a black wallet was found by one of our forum organizers. So if you believe that this is yours, please claim it from Lynn or Riza, who is located beside the stage. So moving right along, we have our next session coming up, our first panel session. So how do approaches to community engagement be utilized in promoting IUSR? Please join me in welcoming the session's moderator, Assistant Professor Lloyd Lindell Simporios from the Diploma in Social Work of the Faculty of Management and Development Studies of UP Open University, and our esteemed panelist, Dr. Fina Flor Thailand, Program Chair and Office of the Gender Concerns Director of UPOU, and President of the Asian Association of Women's Studies, Ms. Avi Simonet Q. Alip, UPOU University Researcher, and Assistant Prof. LJ Saludades, Lead Faculty for IUSR. So before we proceed, please allow me to announce a few ground rules for our panel sessions. For our online participants via YouTube live stream, please use your full name so we can address you properly during our session. You can type your questions in the chat room, which we will answer during the open forum. For our participants on site, you can already write your questions down during the presentations or the panel for specific presenters and give them to the ushers who will pass them to the moderator to read aloud. You can also go to the microphone stand to ask your questions directly. Lastly, before we begin, let us all be reminded that the presentations and discussion of the participants do not necessarily represent the opinions of the organizations they are affiliated with. Once again, Assistant Prof. Lloyd Lindell Simporios.
Thank you, Ms. Noreen. Magandang umaga, good morning, and welcome to this first panel session of this International University Social Responsibility Forum. I am Lloyd Lindell Simporios, as mentioned, and I will be the moderator for this first panel session with the theme Approaches to Community Engagement in the Fulfillment of IUSR. This particular theme, personally, being a social worker myself, I can easily resonate. This is something close to my heart as we try to seek to connect our academic institution with the communities that we serve and work with. We are incredibly fortunate to have with us esteemed panelists who will be sharing insights, personal experiences, their involvements when it comes to community engagement in the spirit of social responsibility. So before we begin, let me remind everyone that we will have the time for our audience for the Q&A. And now, without any further ado, let me take this opportunity to actually briefly introduce our panelists. Beside me, one of our faculty members at the Faculty of Management and Development Studies, the youngest, should I say? She's actually the program chair of the Asian Studies, Assistant Professor Lorena Jean Saludades. Next, we have Dr. Fina Flor Thailand, a social worker by profession. At the same time, she's the program chair of the social work program of UP Open University. At the same time, the director of the Office of Gender Concerns. And the last but not the least, one of our university researchers, Miss Alip, Simonette Alip. Ma'am, pinasosyal ko ba? Okay, I just want to feel you welcome, be at ease as we try to navigate this particular topic. I know you're not new to this.
Yeah, thank you, Lloyd.
Okay, due to in the interest of time, let's dive in right to our questions. There are actually, I will be asking 3 questions, and this particular question, I've been I really want to ask this personally first to one of my colleagues in the social program, Dr. Fina for Thailand. What approaches, what do you think approaches in community organizations that we can actually utilize as we promote this IUSR? You feel free to discuss your project, your involvement, initiatives, as you answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Lloyd. Actually, this is very close to my heart, as you said. We are both social workers. That's why my dissertation, just like what I mentioned during the previous Q&A, was on public service or community engagement, particularly contextualized with UPOU, because that, I think, encapsulates my years of working with communities, both, when I say communities, both those on the ground, marginalized sectors, and even those from the government, NGOs, and even civil society. That's why I came up with with the framework. Of course, this framework did not just come from me. It is a result of a research which actually covers most of the answers to your question, like the definition of public service, though what was mentioned by Dean Joanne a while ago about public service definition and how it is similar and different from IUSR and community engagement. I also share that. If I may just read, of course, I have my código here. If I may just read what came out from the public service definition from UPOU, supposedly from the methods that have been provided, that have been done in the university, UPOU. So it's mentioned here. Public service in UPOU is the overarching and cross-cutting theme in the university that facilitates praxis from which teaching, research, and other university operations emanate and are contextualized. From that, I think that is very much similar to what Dr. and Dean Serrano mentioned a while ago. And further, public service in UPOU is also part of UPOU's mandate and higher education mission and function, guided by the following principles, which actually will provide us with the guidelines on how we should operationalize the framework, of the definition. Collaboration, mutuality, reciprocity, and empowerment to engage with communities and public to address social problems and achieve other noble purposes for a greater number of people, especially in the marginalized communities. So with that, with those definitions, similar elements of the framework have been identified as well, like the priority communities, in which number 1 identified are the marginalized sectors, higher educational institutions, and other professionals, but it's always number 1, marginalized communities. And from the principles that have been mentioned a while ago from the definition, it's the highlight of empowerment, mutuality, and reciprocity. Not just us, university, going into the community, offering our help, but really working together and engaging with them. So that will be my first set of answer to your question.
Thank you, Dr. Fina. That personally resonates me, and I'm sure that our audience, our participants here, are also feeling the same. I also want to ask the same question to Assistant Saludad is here beside me. What do you think? Or maybe you can add something to what Dr. Thailand has just shared.
I really want to share about Project Lakbay. I just want to use a case study and example to demonstrate how Project Lakbay and this introduction of IUSR actually created this ripple effect of collaboration. So if you're familiar with Project Lakbay, initially it started as more of a touristy activity. It was more of an English language program. And with the introduction of IUSR from our KMU partners, they actually introduced IUSR to us and made us realize that beyond public service, this is so-called social responsibility, wherein you don't just stop at giving public service. Public service, as Dr. Su would always tell me, so if you die, your public service ends. We don't want that. We want that after you offer your public service, it has this infectious effect wherein everyone also wants to engage and be actively involved in improving their communities. And that's what happened. We were oriented on IUSR and we thought that, hey, there's something bigger that can come out of our project. So from Project Lakbay, we involved our Project Lakbay participants that you will no longer be going to the Philippines just to enjoy, not just to see the tourist spots. You will be there to look at the communities, to have your needs assessment, to provide your project proposals, to see where you play, what role can you play in forwarding social responsibility, what contributions can you make for our community members. And it was such a good and empowering experience for them, for us as well. It also gave us this bit of fire of passion to see how alive they were about public service, about improving the community, and it actually gave birth. They gave birth to project proposals as well that are also IUSR oriented. They were the ones who created further collaborations. So I would like to share this renewed pathways wherein it was recognized that there's a problem with out-of-school youth. And this problem, it doesn't have to be solved just by the family of this out-of-school youth. If universities collaborate together, making a pathway towards education where this individual can finish their junior high school, senior high school, then find a way to get to college, to associate arts and then to college, then if we make that pathway for them, then we can help in solving this problem. And we have our pilot case here, Mr. Lian Lalog, the first scholar from this renewed pathways. We're trying to find collaborations where he can he can finish his senior high and then proceed to his college and even maybe further studies if he wills it and God wills it. And then we have the Empower Employ Impact Lab, where we want to join together several institutions. It could be universities who want to help with the problem of people with mismatched jobs and lack of job opportunity. If we have different institutions, universities willing to train individuals, and also this EEI Lab, which could be a sort of a social enterprise where we can collaborate together in providing jobs and providing training, then also matching those jobs to the training and to the individuals who require the jobs, then we can have a greater impact in solving the problem with job insecurity and the lack of livelihood among our community members. And we also have this permaculture initiative, which is something that is already being started by UPOU, which essentially aims to create a more sustainable environment through permaculture initiatives by having this was mentioned by one of our Project Lakbay delegates. She called it perma-garden culture, because there's a culture that forms around perma-gardening, a culture wherein people have this environmental stewardship. It enhances their awareness of sustainable lifestyle choices, and it fosters a sense of community. So it just really shows how the introduction of IUSR can have a ripple effect and create several more collaborations.
Thank you, Ma'am LG. For the information of everybody, I was also part of the first Lakbay, that was last year. So hearing what Assistant Professor LG just shared is one thing, but being able to be part of that in actual gives you a different perspective. Now, the same question I will be throwing to Ma'am Alip. What can you see or something to add about that, especially with your involvement in particular research?
Okay, you may just call me Alvi. Not Shiminette. Not Shiminette, okay?
Shiminette.
Anyway, I just want to ask everyone here, what year is it this year? 2024. And do you know what year the Sustainable Development Goals agenda will end? 2030. So that gave us how many years to accomplish that? Almost. Okay. So I won't be presenting a project, but I'll be presenting a concept that has been pestering me, that has been ringing in my mind for the past years. So it's about sustainable learning community. So that's why, if you'll notice, my title is Sustainable Learning Community, where academe and society meets. And it's good to know that we have here representatives from the community. Welcome po. Dapat ba Tagalog para mas mainuwa nila? Anyway, okay, so the SDG 2030 agenda is nearing, and we don't have much time to accomplish that. And that's why it is the pivotal time for the universities, the higher education institutions, to really team up with the society, with the community, to accomplish whatever 17 goals with so many targets, whatever we can accomplish in 2030. So, my sustainable learning community concept transcends traditional academic boundaries, encompassing holistic approaches that integrate education, research, and community engagement. So by nurturing synergies between academia and society, universities can serve as engine of sustainable development. So I'm promoting the SDGs here, where knowledge creation and societal advancement converge for the greater good. So to sum up my ever continuing thoughts about sustainable learning community, I have these 3 R's. No, not the oras, the 3 R's. The 3 R's SLC approach. Number 1 is rethink, reconnect, and resonate. So we've been hearing the word resonate for quite a lot this morning. So coming also from the educational technology background, we know, and of course our teachers here, we know about the cognitive, the affective, and the psychomotor. So for rethink, this is something that has to do with cognitive. So that's knowledge. So, and for reconnect, that's something of course has to do with affective, the feelings. Then resonate, it's psychomotor. So it involves actions. So to sum up the 3 R's, see, very short. But it took me a long time to still think about it. So the 3 R's of sustainable learning community are this. So we need to have knowledge about nature, to have feelings, to have feelings towards ourselves, and to take action for the community. So that's nature plus self plus community. So we cannot isolate ourselves from what's going on around us. So we have to think to be part of nature. I'm not here to explain what is Satoyama is or Sotomi is, but this is something that I think a sustainable. So we've been hearing about sustainability, sustainable. So we have so many approaches in education, in capacity building, but the problem is, For example, for capacity building, once the funding is gone, everything is gone. So what we should be trying to do is how to sustain the learnings that are happening and how to involve the community where we are located. And then eventually, it will go to different scales from local to national and then to global. So from USR, then it will become iUSR. Thank you.
Thank you for that, ma'am. Again, 3 R's: rethink, reconnect, and resonate. Now, Ma'am Ali was mentioning the cognitive, something internal processes. Resonating. Basically, that's part of the internal processes as a human being. Now, relating this concept to community engagement, one of our goals is basically empowerment. And the first thing that we need to address is the internal processes, like the thought process, the kind of culture that they have been into, which lead to something that might that be that so-called, not that, let's say, not that, kaya ko to. I'm trying to read this to the concept of community organization, wherein people actually needs to be empowered, not just for the sake of being empowered, but because we want them to actually do something. So resonating, you feel that internal, then that would replicates into action.
If I may make some
yes,
note to you.
By the way, I forgot to tell, Doc Fina is...
I will answer, I will just follow up.
Special area of specialization is community organization. I am in clinical practice, that's why I can easily resonate what Ms. Alif has been saying.
Yeah, from the resonate term, but I love that term. You might want to articulate our buzzword conscientization, right? Yeah. Awareness plus action. That's actually resonate and action, just like what you mentioned. Just that very simple.
Thank you for the doctrine. Okay. Thank you for the sharings, specifically those approaches, projects that you have been involved in, and the research. Now, these projects, I know, or researchers have never been a walk in the park. Doing it, being involved in these projects or researchers have never been a walk in the park. Now, what are the challenges have you encountered in doing this? And another question, which is the last one, what are these? I want to ask the implications of these approaches to the community. Thank you.
Okay, since my the project that I was telling you about is more of a research, though a more practical one, since this is a framework being proposed to UPOU up to a certain degree, I'm happy to share, and I hope it's okay to our leaders who are here. Now that we are in the final stage of the approval of the adoption up to a certain degree of that public service framework, that has been drawn from the dissertation that I mentioned, plus providing some guidelines as well in public service credit loading for the university. I cannot remember much of the challenges for that part because the university has been very open in terms of listening to the framework, because it came from them. It came from the participants, from the leaders of the university, from the project participants. Of course, we call them participants, not just beneficiaries, because of the framework that we have, that we are working and engaging with them. From the industry partners, both government and civil society, and so on and so forth. So I just feel very blessed and have that opportunity to really do something for our university and for our larger community. Just a quick point there that I would like to emphasize from that framework that really, our iUSR, or public service, or community engagement, whatever term that you might want to call it, should really be aligned with what the university or the organization's mandate is. But the basis should really be, the minimum basis should really be what the people need and how we engage with them. So the reciprocity, mutuality that have been mentioned a while ago should really be there in whatever specific projects that we would like to operationalize in relation to iUSR or community engagement. The other specific projects that can be drawn from that framework would be discussed in the next panel sessions. Yeah,
Thank you for Doc Fina. We have 5 minutes left. I want to ask the last two panelists here, what can you share? Something you want to share to our audience as part of our takeaways before we end our session?
So if you listen to the projects that I was talking about a while ago, it really requires a lot of people to care about your project for it to work. It requires for people to participate. It requires collaboration. And that's the benefit that the university can bring to the communities, because the university can serve as the main convener to create a network of collaborators. But that also presents a challenge, because how do you engage people and make them, and those resources that need to care, kumbaga. So how do you make them want to contribute? And now I think that this forum in itself is one of the solutions to that problem, because it provides a platform for me to share that there are projects like this that we're trying to set up. We want to help out-of-school youth find opportunity for education. We want to help those with those who have lack in job opportunities to find jobs where they can really sustain their families. We want to find ways to make, as a global effort, make it more environmentally sustainable, our practices. So we have these projects right now, and if these are in your interest, we would like you to collaborate with us, share your expertise, share your ideas, so that we can make this iUSR something that really promotes iUSR. Let's make this network happen. Let's make this corridor happen. So that's for me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
How many seconds?
60.
Okay. So since I only have 60 seconds, I think I would like to summarize my thoughts about sustainable learning community. So as I mentioned in my abstract, there is a dissonance between what the academe is recommending to do and what the society is actually doing. So what is needed is really awareness plus action, and that will equal to impact.
Okay, with that, awareness plus action, I have to again take what Doc Fina shared earlier, praxis, action, reflection, action. Thank you to all the sharings, to our dear panelists, and we now have, we're now opening the floor for questions. Yes, Doc Leo?
Recent studies have shown that difficulties in attaining the SDGs and sustainability is sustainability transitions which require long decades and transformation. The commonality between the two is systemic change. It is a requirement. Now, my question is, how do you approach community engagement to hasten this systemic change? And it includes policy. So it's a complex problem. But how does community engagement hasten this systemic change?
Who wants to go first?
I think, mauna na po ako. Sorry. I think it really has to do, Doc Leo, with yung, as you've seen at what we've been doing in the past few days, and especially yesterday, community engagement really has a lot to do with systemic change, in a sense that we are the ones who need to drive systemic change. Without education and without awareness, how do you drive change? How do you drive social action? So I guess that's my short answer, and I will keep it a short answer. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I think in addition to what Ma'am LJ said, I think the main thing that the academe can do, or any government in reaching out to the community or the society, is to engage the community and touch their feelings. I think climate change, the reason why many are adamant or are nonchalant about contributing to how to solve climate change, because they don't know what's the effect to them. But if you will touch their feelings that this will affect their livelihood, their apos, their grandchildren, then probably the people, the community can act on it, because there's something that they are involved. They have to be involved so that they can create solutions.
Yes, Doc.
Yeah, I will have to go back. This is very much aligned with what they have been mentioning and to what we discussed previously. I will have to go back always to one of our favorite methods or approach, which is community organizing. There, awareness raising, talking to people, engaging them into that discussion, not just you telling them, oh, these are the things that you need, etc., but really working with them, assessing their needs with them, with them, etc. And then from there, collective action towards social action hopefully will scale up to community level or societal structure changes. No? And it's more sustainable, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Fina. Another question, one last question from our YouTube participant, Dr. Bagarinaw. The question, I am interested to know, how should university ensure that their community engagement is collaborative and not top-down approaches that may prioritize, well, institutional goals over the needs and voices of the community?
If I will reiterate what I mentioned, and that I think is very much applicable to the question of Doc Baggy. Hi, Doc Baggy. Wish you were here. Community organizing, if we have that principle and the method of doing things, because it's an approach in doing whatever project we might have there. Really the process of that, we are outsiders, but we are trying to integrate with them, not just for us to study them, but really, the usual, the ideal setup that we really work with people for their community needs and not providing them with the necessary projects that we have a package of services and just throw to them and we should be telling them that this is what you need, etc. So that, I think, would ensure that it is institutional, it is community engaged, and it's empowering.
Okay. One last, ma'am.
In addition to what Prof. Fina said, I think it is important that as universities, the capacity building that universities are engaging should be, they should involve right from the very beginning the people that they will capacitate.
Okay, very quickly from Ma'am LJ.
Thank you, Sir Lloyd. So I guess it's really important that we don't impose our solutions on the community. It really begins with identifying from the community themselves, what do they need, what are their problems, how do they perceive their problems. And you have to start with the inquiry, not with coming in as with a messianic complex with a solution. So it really starts with being open to hear, makinig muna, listen first before we act. So I guess that's for me.
Okay, thank you for that, our dear panelists, for the sharing experiences, insights, and to our audience in person and online. Maraming salamat. Thank you, everyone. Also, please be reminded that our certificate of appreciation for this particular activity, our organizer, IUSR Forum Committee, will be emailing the certificates. So again, before we end the session, I ask the panelists for a photo opportunity very quickly. Just a quick announcement, by the way, before we proceed to our lunch. You might be wondering where you can claim your lunch. Just present your ID. I think that's, actually you can scan digital ID. I have mine. You can scan the QR code posted, and we can have our lunch at the meeting room just located outside this hall. So please make sure that you always have with you your ID, the digital one at all times, and do not forget to practice CLAGO, clean as you go. So see you in the next panel session. Thank you.
Kaohsiung Medical University, founded in 1954, was the first private medical university in Taiwan. Alumni who have been awarded the National Medical Contribution Award. The number of people ranks first in the country. We strive to contribute to society. KMU has 7 colleges in medicine, dental medicine, pharmacy, nursing, health sciences, life science, humanities and social sciences, and the Center for General Education, and 4 university-level research centers, with 7 mission-oriented research centers, 5 affiliated hospitals, and 2 daycare institutes. Kaohsiung Medical University Zhonghe Memorial Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Xiaogang Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Datong Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Qijin Hospital, Kaohsiung Medical University Ganshan Hospital, Kaohsiung Datong Jianguo Daycare Institute, Kaohsiung Xiaogang Shanwei Daycare Institute. From digital courses to immersive learning of clinical skills, we also have the KMU Clinical Skills Center and the Center for Medical Simulation. It is to develop the professional ability of medical staff during their studies, using academic expertise to assist the establishment of new technologies and methods, and to improve medical benefits and efficiency. With full panorama and VR videos, users can have a parallel practical experience. Traditional Chinese medicine nursing is well equipped to provide practical operations. Combined with the featured resources of Chinese herbal medicine in the community, this is to promote local revitalization and the sustainable development of Chinese herbal medicine. The high-tech instrument analysis results provide a health risk assessment, benefiting mankind through empirical research conducted by KMU. The Dry Insect Specimen Room has recorded decades of biodiversity specimens in the southern Taiwan environment. The Zebrafish Core Facility is the first zebrafish laboratory at this medical university in Taiwan to be accredited by AAA-LAC International. KMU is located in the heart of Kaohsiung. We value our students' lives on our campus. KMU is also the first choice for international students to study in Taiwan. At KMU, we share the characteristics of our hometown and important festivals. We introduce Taiwan's authentic culture and services in Aboriginal villages. We encourage integrated study for intellectual advancement and internationalization. We cultivate humanistic volunteers and promote human health and well-being through local globalization of the administrative services and teaching quality, while providing a friendly learning environment. KMU Weekly Bilingual Weekly is the ticket to the world. KMU, a world-class medical university that promotes human health and well-being.
In today's digital age, where knowledge and information are created, disseminated, and consumed at a rapid pace, UPOU is dedicated to providing education and excellence right at your fingertips. The University of the Philippines Open University, the fifth constituent unit of the University of the Philippines system, provides opportunities for people to pursue further studies through open and distance e-learning, or ODEL. Established in February 1995, UPOU is mandated to provide Filipinos all over the world access to quality higher education. Explore a wide range of courses as UPOU offers 37 degree programs, comprised of 7 undergraduate programs, 2 graduate certificate programs, 12 graduate diploma programs, 13 master's programs, and 3 doctoral programs under the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, and the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. UPOU also offers continuing education programs, massive open online courses, and micro-credentials. Guided by the Republic Act 10650, UPOU adheres to our mandate to boost quality education by aiding agencies and institutions in enhancing distance learning through benchmarking and trainings with the use of cutting-edge ICTs.
Kaohsiung Medical University, founded in 1954, was the first private medical university in Taiwan. Alumni who have been awarded the National Medical Contribution Award. The number of people ranks first in the country. We strive to contribute to society. KMU has 7 colleges in medicine, dental medicine, pharmacy, nursing, health sciences, life science, humanities and social sciences, and the Center for General Education, and 4 university-level research centers with 7 mission-oriented research centers, 5 affiliated hospitals and 2 daycare institutes. Kaohsiung Medical University Zhonghe Memorial Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Xiaogang Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Datong Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Qijin Hospital, Kaohsiung Medical University Ganshan Hospital, Kaohsiung Datong Jianguo Daycare Institute, Kaohsiung Xiaogang Shanwei Daycare Institute. From digital courses to immersive learning of clinical skills, we also have the KMU Clinical Skills Center and the Center for Medical Simulation. It is to develop the professional ability of medical staff during their studies, using academic expertise to assist the establishment of new technologies and methods, and to improve medical benefits and efficiency. With full panorama and VR videos, users can have a parallel practical experience. Traditional Chinese medicine nursing is well equipped to provide practical operations. Combined with the featured resources of Chinese herbal medicine in the community, this is to promote local revitalization and the sustainable development of Chinese herbal medicine. The high-tech instrument analysis results provide a health risk assessment, benefiting mankind through empirical research conducted by KMU. The Dry Insect Specimen Room has recorded decades of biodiversity specimens in the southern Taiwan environment. The Zebrafish Core Facility is the first zebrafish laboratory at this medical university in Taiwan to be accredited by AAA-LAC International. KMU is located in the heart of Kaohsiung. We value our students' lives on our campus. KMU is also the first choice for international students to study in Taiwan. At KMU, we share the characteristics of our hometown and important festivals. We introduce Taiwan's authentic culture and services in Aboriginal villages. We encourage integrated study for intellectual advancement and internationalization. We cultivate humanistic volunteers and promote human health and well-being through local globalization of the administrative services and teaching quality, while providing a friendly learning environment. KMU Weekly Bilingual Weekly is the ticket to the world. KMU, a world-class medical university that promotes human health and well-being.
In today's digital age, where knowledge and information are created, disseminated, and consumed at a rapid pace, UPOU is dedicated to providing education and excellence right at your fingertips. The University of the Philippines Open University, the fifth constituent unit of the University of the Philippines system, provides opportunities for people to pursue further studies through open and distance e-learning, or ODEL. Established in February 1995, UPOU is mandated to provide Filipinos all over the world access to quality higher education. Explore a wide range of courses as UPOU offers 37 degree programs, comprised of 7 undergraduate programs, 2 graduate certificate programs, 12 graduate diploma programs, 13 master's programs, and 3 doctoral programs under the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, and the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. UPOU also offers continuing education programs, massive open online courses, and micro-credentials. Guided by the Republic Act 10650, UPOU adheres to our mandate to boost quality education by aiding agencies and institutions in enhancing distance learning through benchmarking and trainings with the use of cutting-edge ICTs, computer programs, and immersive open technologies. Additionally, its state-of-the-art facilities and experts in the fields enhances students' learning experience and empowers them to study at their own pace, anytime and anywhere that suits them. UPOU's leadership in ODEL has gained acclaim locally and across Asia. Partnering with institutions of the same advocacies, UPOU drives educational progress for social transformation. Over the years, UPOU has produced alumni adept in 21st century skills, embodying values of scholarship, academic excellence, humanism, social responsibility, and national service. Now more than ever, UPOU remains dedicated to transcend borders and break barriers through constant generation of knowledge, expanding access to inclusive learning, and fostering learners to be change agents equipped to co-create knowledge for the benefit of Filipino communities everywhere. True to its mission, UPOU shall continue to reimagine and reconfigure itself to provide transformative education in service of the nation. In today's digital age, where knowledge and information are created, disseminated, and consumed at a rapid pace, UPOU is dedicated to providing education and excellence right at your fingertips. The University of the Philippines Open University, the 5th constituent unit of the University of the Philippines system, provides opportunities for people to pursue further studies through open and distance e-learning, or ODEL. Established in February 1995, UPOU is mandated to provide Filipinos all over the world access to quality higher education. Explore a wide range of courses as UPOU offers 37 degree programs, comprised of 7 undergraduate programs, 2 graduate certificate programs, 12 graduate diploma programs, 13 master's programs, and 3 doctoral programs under the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, and the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. UPOU also offers continuing education programs, massive open online courses, and micro-credentials. Guided by the Republic Act 10650, UPOU adheres to our mandate to boost quality education by aiding agencies and institutions in enhancing distance learning through benchmarking and trainings with the use of cutting-edge ICTs, computer programs, and immersive open technologies. Additionally, its state-of-the-art facilities and experts in the fields enhances students' learning experience and empowers them to study at their own pace, anytime and anywhere that suits them. UPOU's leadership in ODEL has gained acclaim locally and across Asia. Partnering with institutions of the same advocacies, UPOU drives educational progress for social transformation. Over the years, UPOU has produced alumni adept in 21st century skills, embodying values of scholarship, academic excellence, humanism, social responsibility, and national service. Now more than ever, UPOU remains dedicated to transcend borders and break barriers through constant generation of knowledge, expanding access to inclusive learning, and fostering learners to be change agents equipped to co-create knowledge for the benefit of Filipino communities everywhere. True to its mission, UPOU shall continue to reimagine and reconfigure itself to provide transformative education in service of the nation. In today's digital age, where knowledge and information are created, disseminated, and consumed at a rapid pace, UPOU is dedicated to providing education and excellence right at your fingertips. The University of the Philippines Open University, the 5th constituent unit of the University of the Philippines system, provides opportunities for people to pursue further studies through open and distance e-learning, or ODEL. Established in February 1995, UPOU is mandated to provide Filipinos all over the world access to quality higher education. Explore a wide range of courses as UPOU offers 37 degree programs, comprised of 7 undergraduate programs, 2 graduate certificate programs, 12 graduate diploma programs, 13 master's programs, and 3 doctoral programs under the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, and the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. UPOU also offers continuing education programs, massive open online courses, and micro-credentials. Guided by the Republic Act 10650, UPOU adheres to our mandate to boost quality education by aiding agencies and institutions in enhancing distance learning through benchmarking and trainings with the use of cutting-edge ICTs, computer programs, and immersive open technologies. Additionally, its state-of-the-art facilities and experts in the fields enhances students' learning experience and empowers them to study at their own pace, anytime and anywhere that suits them. UPOU's leadership in ODEL has gained acclaim locally and across Asia. Partnering with institutions of the same advocacies, UPOU drives educational progress for social transformation. Over the years, UPOU has produced alumni adept in 21st century skills, embodying values of scholarship, academic excellence, humanism, social responsibility, and national service. Now more than ever, UPOU remains dedicated to transcend borders and break barriers through constant generation of knowledge, expanding access to inclusive learning, and fostering learners to be change agents equipped to co-create knowledge for the benefit of Filipino communities everywhere. True to its mission, UPOU shall continue to reimagine and reconfigure itself to provide transformative education in service of the nation. In today's digital age, where knowledge and information are created, disseminated, and consumed at a rapid pace, UPOU is dedicated to providing education and excellence right at your fingertips. The University of the Philippines Open University, the 5th constituent unit of the University of the Philippines system, provides opportunities for people to pursue further studies through open and distance e-learning, or ODEL. Established in February 1995, UPOU is mandated to provide Filipinos all over the world access to quality higher education. Explore a wide range of courses as UPOU offers 37 degree programs, comprised of 7 undergraduate programs, 2 graduate certificate programs, 12 graduate diploma programs, 13 master's programs, and 3 doctoral programs under the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, and the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. UPOU also offers continuing education programs, massive open online courses, and micro-credentials. Guided by the Republic Act 10650, UPOU adheres to our mandate to boost quality education by aiding agencies and institutions in enhancing distance learning through benchmarking and trainings with the use of cutting-edge ICTs, computer programs, and immersive open technologies. Additionally, its state-of-the-art facilities and experts in the fields enhances students' learning experience and empowers them to study at their own pace, anytime and anywhere that suits them. UPOU's leadership in ODEL has gained acclaim locally and across Asia. Partnering with institutions of the same advocacies, UPOU drives educational progress for social transformation. Over the years, UPOU has produced alumni adept in 21st century skills, embodying values of scholarship, academic excellence, humanism, social responsibility, and national service. Now more than ever, UPOU remains dedicated to transcend borders and break barriers through constant generation of knowledge, expanding access to inclusive learning, and fostering learners to be change agents equipped to co-create knowledge for the benefit of Filipino communities everywhere. True to its mission, UPOU shall continue to reimagine and reconfigure itself to provide transformative education in service of the nation. In today's digital age, where knowledge and information are created, disseminated, and consumed at a rapid pace, UPOU is dedicated to providing education and excellence right at your fingertips. The University of the Philippines Open University, the 5th constituent unit of the University of the Philippines system, provides opportunities for people to pursue further studies through open and distance e-learning, or ODEL. Established in February 1995, UPOU is mandated to provide Filipinos all over the world access to quality higher education. Explore a wide range of courses as UPOU offers 37 degree programs, comprised of 7 undergraduate programs, 2 graduate certificate programs, 12 graduate diploma programs, 13 master's programs, and 3 doctoral programs under the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, and the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. UPOU also offers continuing education programs, massive open online courses, and micro-credentials. Guided by the Republic Act 10650, UPOU adheres to our mandate to boost quality education by aiding agencies and institutions in enhancing distance learning through benchmarking and trainings with the use of cutting-edge ICTs, computer programs, and immersive open technologies. Additionally, its state-of-the-art facilities and experts in the fields enhances students' learning experience and empowers them to study at their own pace, anytime and anywhere that suits them. UPOU's leadership in ODEL has gained acclaim locally and across Asia. Partnering with institutions of the same advocacies, UPOU drives educational progress for social transformation. Over the years, UPOU has produced alumni adept in 21st century skills, embodying values of scholarship, academic excellence, humanism, social responsibility, and national service. Now more than ever, UPOU remains dedicated to transcend borders and break barriers through constant generation of knowledge, expanding access to inclusive learning, and fostering learners to be change agents equipped to co-create knowledge for the benefit of Filipino communities everywhere. True to its mission, UPOU shall continue to reimagine and reconfigure itself to provide transformative education in service of the nation. In today's digital age, where knowledge and information are created, disseminated, and consumed at a rapid pace, UPOU is dedicated to providing education and excellence right at your fingertips. The University of the Philippines Open University, the fifth constituent unit of the University of the Philippines system, provides opportunities for people to pursue further studies through open and distance e-learning, or ODEL. Established in February 1995, UPOU is mandated to provide Filipinos all over the world access to quality higher education. Explore a wide range of courses as UPOU offers 37 degree programs, comprised of 7 undergraduate programs, 2 graduate certificate programs, 12 graduate diploma programs, 13 master's programs, and 3 doctoral programs under the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, and the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. UPOU also offers continuing education programs, massive open online courses, and micro-credentials. Guided by the Republic Act 10650, UPOU adheres to our mandate to boost quality education by aiding agencies and institutions in enhancing distance learning through benchmarking and trainings with the use of cutting-edge ICTs, computer programs, and immersive open technologies. Additionally, its state-of-the-art facilities and experts in the fields enhances students' learning experience and empowers them to study at their own pace, anytime and anywhere that suits them. UPOU's leadership in ODEL has gained acclaim locally and across Asia. Partnering with institutions of the same advocacies, UPOU drives educational progress for social transformation. Over the years, UPOU has produced alumni adept in 21st century skills, embodying values of scholarship, academic excellence, humanism, social responsibility, and national service. Now more than ever, UPOU remains dedicated to transcend borders and break barriers through constant generation of knowledge, expanding access to inclusive learning, and fostering learners to be change agents equipped to co-create knowledge for the benefit of Filipino communities everywhere. True to its mission, UPOU shall continue to reimagine and reconfigure itself to provide transformative education in service of the nation. In today's digital age, where knowledge and information are created, disseminated, and consumed at a rapid pace, UPOU is dedicated to providing education and excellence right at your fingertips. The University of the Philippines Open University, the fifth constituent unit of the University of the Philippines system, provides opportunities for people to pursue further studies through open and distance e-learning, or ODEL. Established in February 1995, UPOU is mandated to provide Filipinos all over the world access to quality higher education. Explore a wide range of courses as UPOU offers 37 degree programs, comprised of 7 undergraduate programs, 2 graduate certificate programs, 12 graduate diploma programs, 13 master's programs, and 3 doctoral programs under the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, and the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. UPOU also offers continuing education programs, massive open online courses, and micro-credentials. Guided by the Republic Act 10650, UPOU adheres to our mandate to boost quality education by aiding agencies and institutions in enhancing distance learning through benchmarking and trainings with the use of cutting-edge ICTs, computer programs, and immersive open technologies. Additionally, its state-of-the-art facilities and experts in the fields enhances students' learning experience and empowers them to study at their own pace, anytime and anywhere that suits them. UPOU's leadership in ODEL has gained acclaim locally and across Asia. Partnering with institutions of the same advocacies, UPOU drives educational progress for social transformation. Over the years, UPOU has produced alumni adept in 21st century skills, embodying values of scholarship, academic excellence, humanism, social responsibility, and national service. Now more than ever, UPOU remains dedicated to transcend borders and break barriers through constant generation of knowledge, expanding access to inclusive learning, and fostering learners to be change agents equipped to co-create knowledge for the benefit of Filipino communities everywhere. True to its mission, UPOU shall continue to reimagine and reconfigure itself to provide transformative education in service of the nation. In today's digital age, where knowledge and information are created, disseminated, and consumed at a rapid pace, UPOU is dedicated to providing education and excellence right at your fingertips. The University of the Philippines Open University, the 5th constituent unit of the University of the Philippines system, provides opportunities for people to pursue further studies through open and distance e-learning, or ODEL. Established in February 1995, UPOU is mandated to provide Filipinos all over the world access to quality higher education. Explore a wide range of courses as UPOU offers 37 degree programs, comprised of 7 undergraduate programs, 2 graduate certificate programs, 12 graduate diploma programs, 13 master's programs, and 3 doctoral programs under the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, and the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. UPOU also offers continuing education programs, massive open online courses, and micro-credentials. Guided by the Republic Act 10650, UPOU adheres to our mandate to boost quality education by aiding agencies and institutions in enhancing distance learning through benchmarking and trainings with the use of cutting-edge ICTs, computer programs, and immersive open technologies. Additionally, its state-of-the-art facilities and experts in the fields enhances students' learning experience and empowers them to study at their own pace, anytime and anywhere that suits them. UPOU's leadership in ODEL has gained acclaim locally and across Asia. Partnering with institutions of the same advocacies, UPOU drives educational progress for social transformation. Over the years, UPOU has produced alumni adept in 21st century
Kaohsiung Medical University, founded in 1954, was the first private medical university in Taiwan. Alumni who have been awarded the National Medical Contribution Award. The number of people ranks first in the country. We strive to contribute to society. KMU has 7 colleges in medicine, dental medicine, pharmacy, nursing, health sciences, life science, humanities and social sciences, and the Center for General Education, and 4 university-level research centers with 7 mission-oriented research centers, 5 affiliated hospitals and 2 daycare institutes. Kaohsiung Medical University Zhonghe Memorial Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Xiaogang Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Datong Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Qijin Hospital, Kaohsiung Medical University Ganshan Hospital, Kaohsiung Datong Jianguo Daycare Institute, Kaohsiung Xiaogang Shanwei Daycare Institute. From digital courses to immersive learning of clinical skills, we also have the KMU Clinical Skills Center and the Center for Medical Simulation. It is to develop the professional ability of medical staff during their studies, using academic expertise to assist the establishment of new technologies and methods, and to improve medical benefits and efficiency. With full panorama and VR videos, users can have a parallel practical experience. Traditional Chinese medicine nursing is well equipped to provide practical operations. Combined with the featured resources of Chinese herbal medicine in the community, this is to promote local revitalization and the sustainable development of Chinese herbal medicine. The high-tech instrument analysis results provide a health risk assessment, benefiting mankind through empirical research conducted by KMU. The Dry Insect Specimen Room has recorded decades of biodiversity specimens in the southern Taiwan environment. The Zebrafish Core Facility is the first zebrafish laboratory at this medical university in Taiwan to be accredited by AAA-LAC International. KMU is located in the heart of Kaohsiung. We value our students' lives on our campus. KMU is also the first choice for international students to study in Taiwan. At KMU, we share the characteristics of our hometown and important festivals. We introduce Taiwan's authentic culture and services in Aboriginal villages. We encourage integrated study for intellectual advancement and internationalization. We cultivate humanistic volunteers and promote human health and well-being through local globalization of the administrative services and teaching quality, while providing a friendly learning environment. KMU Weekly Bilingual Weekly is the ticket to the world. KMU, a world-class medical university that promotes human health and well-being. Kaohsiung Medical University, founded in 1954, was the first private medical university in Taiwan. Alumni who have been awarded the National Medical Contribution Award. The number of people ranks first in the country. We strive to contribute to society. KMU has 7 colleges in medicine, dental medicine, pharmacy, nursing, health sciences, life science, humanities and social sciences, and the Center for General Education, and 4 university-level research centers with 7 mission-oriented research centers, 5 affiliated hospitals and 2 daycare institutes. Kaohsiung Medical University Zhonghe Memorial Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Xiaogang Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Datong Hospital, Kaohsiung Municipal Qijin Hospital, Kaohsiung Medical University Ganshan Hospital, Kaohsiung Datong Jianguo Daycare Institute, Kaohsiung Xiaogang Shanwei Daycare Institute. From digital courses to immersive learning of clinical skills, we also have the KMU Clinical Skills Center and the Center for Medical Simulation. It is to develop the professional ability of medical staff during their studies, using academic expertise to assist the establishment of new technologies and methods, and to improve medical benefits and efficiency. With full panorama and VR videos, users can have a parallel practical experience. Traditional Chinese medicine nursing is well equipped to provide practical operations. Combined with the featured resources of Chinese herbal medicine in the community, this is to promote local revitalization and the sustainable development of Chinese herbal medicine. The high-tech instrument analysis results provide a health risk assessment, benefiting mankind through empirical research conducted by KMU. The Dry Insect Specimen Room has recorded decades of biodiversity specimens in the southern Taiwan environment. The Zebrafish Core Facility is the first zebrafish laboratory at this medical university in Taiwan to be accredited by AAA-LAC International. KMU is located in the heart of Kaohsiung. We value our students' lives on our campus. KMU is also the first choice for international students to study in Taiwan. At KMU, we share the characteristics of our hometown and important festivals. We introduce Taiwan's authentic culture and services in Aboriginal villages. We encourage integrated study for intellectual advancement and internationalization. We cultivate humanistic volunteers and promote human health and well-being through local globalization of the administrative services and teaching quality, while providing a friendly learning environment. KMU Weekly Bilingual Weekly is the ticket to the world. KMU, a world-class medical university that promotes human health and well-being.
In today's digital age, where knowledge and information are created, disseminated, and consumed at a rapid pace, UPOU is dedicated to providing education and excellence right at your fingertips. The University of the Philippines Open University, the fifth constituent unit of the University of the Philippines system, provides opportunities for people to pursue further studies through open and distance e-learning, or ODEL. Established in February 1995, UPOU is mandated to provide Filipinos all over the world access to quality higher education. Explore a wide range of courses as UPOU offers 37 degree programs, comprised of 7 undergraduate programs, 2 graduate certificate programs, 12 graduate diploma programs, 13 master's programs, and 3 doctoral programs under the Faculty of Education, the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, and the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. UPOU also offers continuing education programs, massive open online courses, and micro-credentials. Guided by the Republic Act 10650, UPOU adheres to our mandate to boost quality education by aiding agencies and institutions in enhancing distance learning through benchmarking and trainings, with the use of cutting-edge ICTs, computer programs, and immersive open technologies. Additionally, its state-of-the-art facilities and experts in the fields enhances students' learning experience and empowers them to study at their own pace, anytime and anywhere that suits them. UPOU's leadership in ODEL has gained acclaim locally and across Asia. Partnering with institutions of the same advocacies, UPOU drives educational progress for social transformation. Over the years, UPOU has produced alumni adept in 21st century skills, embodying values of scholarship, academic excellence, humanism, social responsibility, and national service. Now more than ever, UPOU remains dedicated to transcend borders and break barriers through constant generation of knowledge, expanding access to inclusive learning, and fostering learners to be change agents equipped to co-create knowledge for the benefit of Filipino communities everywhere. True to its mission, UPOU shall continue to reimagine and reconfigure itself to provide transformative education in service of the nation.
All right. Hello, can you hear me? All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Memorandum of Agreement signing ceremony. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the ones who will sign the document. May I acknowledge Dean Shui Chang? I'm so sorry. The Dean of the College of Life Science, sir. Good afternoon. We also have Associate Professor Yong Chao-Su. And from UPOU, we have UPOU Chancellor Melinda de la Peña Bandalaria. We also have the Dean of the Faculty of Management and Development Studies, Dr. Joanne V. Serrano. Good afternoon, ma'am. Just to give a background of the MOA signing earlier, we signed the university-level Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, which formalized the overall partnership between Kaohsiung Medical University and the UP Open University. Now we proceed with the signing of the Memorandum of Agreement, or MOA, for program collaboration. This MOA focuses on specific academic initiatives and course collaborations that will enhance the educational experience and foster closer ties between our institutions. Through this agreement, we aim to jointly develop programs that will benefit our students and contribute to the social development of our respective communities. So may I request our signatories to please start signing the document. Thank you. Can we please request everyone to stand up with the folders? Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, and thank you so much everyone for attending the MOA signing. Thank you. All right, one more photo please. Thank you so much, and we'll see each other again for the forum, continuation of the forum.
Right, let's settle down and we'll start the afternoon session. Thank you. Yes, thank you. I like that. Thank you. Okay, hello and good afternoon, everyone. I am Ria Cabanes, your host this afternoon. We are very much honored to witness this sealed partnership between UPOU and KMU in promoting the IUSR initiative and its operationalization, and to further explore various IUSR approaches and exchange ideas with one another. I'd like to introduce our next panel session that will discuss the possible avenues where technology can be harnessed to promote IUSR. We have gathered an outstanding panel of experts for this special session. I'd like to first bring on our moderator. Let's give a warm welcome to Assistant Professor Julissa Evangelio from the Department of Biological Sciences of Visayas State University in the Philippines.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So, welcome back to this International University Social Responsibility Forum. And may I call on our panelists for this afternoon session. For the first panel session, may I call on Assistant Professor Milban Bargais. He is an assistant professor from the Diploma of Land Use Planning from the University of the Philippines Open University. And the second panelist, may we have Associate Professor Reynald Adrian Pugoy. He is the Director of the OPOU Information and Communication Technology Development Office. And last but not the least, may we request Associate Professor Roberto Figueroa from the Information Technology and Education Technology. So for this session, we will be talking or discussing about the role and potential of technology in furthering IUSR. So I guess everyone, we already understand that technology plays a crucial role in enhancing and expanding our social responsibilities across borders. So this contributes to a more and connected socially conscious academic world. And we have here experts that will share, I think they have already implemented projects related to this, but I would like to ask specifically what are these technologies that can be harnessed in the promotion of IUSR. So sirs, maybe you have already several projects that you have implemented that you can share to our audience. Can I start with?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I answer the question, let me share a brief background of what I've been doing in some of my classes to provide context. So I work with universities in Japan and the United States in promoting, implementing, and evaluating a pedagogical approach called Collaborative Online International Learning, or COIL. So COIL is an approach that involves planning with partner professors or instructors from partner universities abroad to design online activities that would foster meaningful interactions between students from different cultures and promote collaboration among them. COIL activities are designed with a goal of developing intercultural competence and global citizenship among our students. Now, to answer your question, the technologies that we use for asynchronous communication activities might be similar to what other colleagues have been doing in their courses. We use chat platforms, collaborative platforms, community platforms like Discord or Slack. Sometimes we also use social networking platforms like Facebook or even Line because we have a lot of Japanese learners in the collaboration. And one time we also used a video discussion platform called Flip or Flipgrid. However, I've heard that Flipgrid is pulling the plug this year. They're closing down. It's a bit sad, so I'm looking for alternatives. If you have some ideas, please let me know. If we want to do synchronous activities, synchronous meetings, we often use Zoom. Sometimes we use Cisco WebEx. And if we want to facilitate co-creation, because we're also promoting immersive open pedagogies, IOP, we use a metaverse platform called FrameVR. Are you familiar with the metaverse? Some of my colleagues here don't really like the metaverse. But for those who are not yet familiar, let me define it for you. The metaverse came from the Greek word meta, which means beyond or transcending, and the English word universe, which refers to everything that exists. So it simply means a space that transcends everything that exists in the physical world. In other words, in more technical terms, it is a network of persistent, three-dimensional virtual worlds or spaces where human beings, us, can interact, can collaborate, can co-create 3D objects using avatars, which are virtual representations of our physical selves. And these worlds can usually be accessed not just using phones or laptops, but also using extended reality or immersive technologies like virtual reality and augmented reality. So COIL, with these technologies, are used for its their activities can be harnessed as a platform to promote and support international university social responsibility by aligning the discussion topics and collaborative projects with the goals of social responsibility and community engagement. I'll be talking about some specific examples later, but that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Professor Figueroa. So I think we wanted also to hear from Professor Pugoy, which he specifically can explain further. And I think he's working on artificial intelligence, so it may relate to what Professor Figueroa
All right,
was.
again, 大家好，我很高兴认识你们。Yeah, again, my name is Rain. 我的中文名字是任杰。Yeah, so I actually studied here in Taiwan for 4 years, so I know my way around here. So again, I'm so happy to be back here, my natural habitat. So anyway, yeah, AI. Again, thanks to my school, NCKU Changkong 大学, where I learned about AI, where I learned about NLP, natural language processing. And right now, I'm into integrating AI with many disciplines, especially at UPOU, because AI on its own, I don't want to say that it's not that useful, but AI can be more useful if it is used with other disciplines, especially when it comes to integrating AI with iUSR. You know, when I was meditating how to answer the question, how can AI be integrated with iUSR, then I have to be creative. I have to think of ways. How can it promote or pursue or push international university social responsibility? And two things that are on my head, and just like what Ma'am Albi mentioned earlier, something like a drawing on my head. But yeah, we have existing efforts already. One is a chatbot. Now we might be thinking, a chatbot, how can we use chatbot for iUSR? Imagine if we're gonna reach the most remote communities. Let's say we don't speak their language, or we want to communicate with them. We want to promote certain messages. Then having a chatbot can help in that regard. You know, imagine the possibilities. And I've searched some literature, and AI chatbot was already used for farmers in Peru, so that they can be updated of real-time prices, farming prices. And another would be an AI chatbot for the people in Sudan, wherein news articles were being interpreted or given to the people of Sudan. And another thing that is also in the pipeline, we can also use AI to predict and to manage possible crises. We know that the Philippines, and I'd say Taiwan as well, you know, we are in the ring of fire, and you know, after the typhoon hits the Philippines, then it will go next to Taiwan, right? Yeah, that is the joke that I used to tell my lab mates. The Philippines will welcome the typhoon, and after we welcome the typhoon, it's gonna come to Taiwan. And it can be useful to predict natural disasters, especially in the campuses and the surrounding communities. And this will be extremely beneficial when it comes to preparedness and safety. I mean, there are systems already like Project No, but I think that is more descriptive. But if we can predict, if we can bring it up a notch, if we can predict how disasters might possibly happen, then we can be more prepared how we're gonna deal with that, especially when it comes to finances, so on and so forth. And this is also helpful in strengthening our disaster resilience and enhance campus operation continuity. And another important benefit of having predictive AI for predicting and managing crisis would be on the community empowerment, that it would empower the communities, and it would even further bridge the gap between academic research and the needs of the community. And this further, you know, we are further embracing the role of universities when it comes to societal impact. And right now at UPOU, we are cooking, right? Our so-called UPOU Resiliency Hub. And we are thinking that this can be one of the mandates of that Cyber Resiliency Hub on the development of relevant AI systems when it comes to disasters. So I hope that that's helpful. 谢谢你们.
Right, so thank you, Professor Pugoy. And maybe we can also hear from Professor Bragais. You can share what you are doing as well.
Hello, good afternoon. For us, we are currently exploring, no, together with my co-investigator, Sir Ramsey Pasahol and Ma'am Regina Mendoza, no, about different approaches in making tree planting more sustainable, no, and then involving the HEIs, or the higher education institutions like the universities and SUCs. So because before we have so many initiatives, no, but we have very much or minimal effect, no. So from the 1900s to 1950s, we experienced decrease in forest land cover, no? And from right now, we have only 23% forest cover, no? So we would like the different initiatives of our government to improve, no? So to do this, we have to go back, no, to the different approaches. So we should enhance, no, so site selection, site preparation, proper timing of the reforestation. So to do this, we should exploit or use the different technologies like GIS, Geographic Information Systems, remote sensing. So right now, I think different approaches can, through the help of the SUCs, no, and universities, can enhance the reforestation efforts.
Okay. So given that you have already mentioned like a technological advancement in addressing different specific project, with this, how do you think these technologies contribute to the promotion of IUSR itself? Yes, sir. May you provide like specific examples,
Sure.
as you mentioned earlier?
So let me jump off from what I said earlier, that COIL, with the technologies that are used to support it and its activities, can be harnessed as a platform for IUSR by aligning the discussion topics and the collaborative projects with service learning and social responsibility objectives. A specific example would be to ask students to discuss and describe community efforts, community outreach projects in their own local contexts, in their own local community, on Discord, the platform. And thank you. And share it with foreign counterparts to look for commonalities and even differences in their context for comparison. Another example is to identify problems in the local community and ask students to collaborate with students from the same university or from the partner universities so that they can co-create an exhibit that would simulate a solution that they've thought of together and then present it to their peers. Therefore, and I'm talking to my colleagues at the Lakbay project, COIL can be integrated into IUSR activities as pre-work for the actual visit or as a follow-up activity once students have returned to their home campus after an in-person IUSR initiative like Lakbay. Alternatively, COIL activities can also be IUSR activities themselves when we use the platforms to invite participants from the community and conduct virtual knowledge sharing sessions for capacity building or helping them promote their livelihood or skills by showcasing their creativity through creating digital twins of their products, like what we did at the Galleria Sinag exhibit, where our local woodworkers' creativity was showcased to virtual participants all around the world. I also want to highlight that these structures showcase cultural values in the Philippines, such as pagmamano, and creation myths like Putok sa Buho, as you can see here, which could be good talking points when Filipino students serve as exhibitors, as tour guides, or as presenters in a COIL activity with their foreign counterparts. Thank you.
So thank you for that interesting insight. So I think this can, if this will be implemented in the future, it will be surely helpful in promoting our IUSR goals. So maybe Professor Pugoy, if you have additional input.
Sure. Because when it comes to developing these AI models, well, you have to develop something. You have to develop these. And two things off the top of my head right now. How can these contribute to the promotion of IUSR would be more on the global knowledge sharing and best practices, because this is a global issue. And if we bring something to a global level, then the significance of something would further increase. And if we develop advanced or predictive AI models, sure, the project can contribute on a more global scale, and even in public health emergency preparedness and disaster risk reduction. And another thing, I'm actually pushing for using open source technologies, so that we can further share whatever we develop, so that we're not under the mercies of these big AI companies. Yeah, and the spirit of openness that UPOU openly espouses actually goes well together with the open source movement, that we can develop something, we can share something that is also related to OERs, open. And because here's the thing, if we open something, then more people can use that. And if more people can use that, then that is more significant, and more people will benefit as well, right? And another thing would be more on cross-border collaborations and partnerships, because I can imagine whatever AI systems we develop, this can be shared by different institutions, not only in the Philippines, but across different countries. That's why I call it cross-border collaborations and partnerships, so that this can further elevate the impact of the project, and this further highlights the commitment of the university to international cooperation.
Thank you, sir. Very well said. So I think given that you have already good planning, you have already implemented several projects, and for sure some are there are successful projects. But with this regard, may I ask Professor Pagais if you have experienced any challenges or encountered any challenges in utilizing the technologies that you had in promotion of IUSR, and how do you mitigate or address these challenges?
As of now, based on our experience, the main challenge is that the introduction of these technologies. So for example, since we are using this pioneering methodology, so the acceptance of the community of these technologies is, will be needing more, I think, push. So far, for example, since we are introducing the VCM, the voluntary carbon market, it is a system wherein an individual, an organization can sell or trade carbon, so rather than being regulated by a requirement. So this will eventually be an opportunity for the sustainability of the reforestation programs. So since this is a new methodology that we will be engaging with the community, so we are looking at pilot testing, so to ensure the success of the methodology.
Right. Thank you, sir. And for Professor Figueroa, do you also encounter any challenges?
Oh yes, we encountered a lot of challenges, but we can summarize the challenges into 3: time, resources, and proficiency. So for time, of course, because it's an international project, it's an international activity, we would always have to wrestle with the different time zones, and that usually confuses us. especially when it comes to synchronous activities. And there were some instances where I actually announced the wrong time zone to my students. So to not repeat that, we always double check or triple check the announcements before we post them. We also have to spend long hours of meetings and planning, especially when it comes to comparing our course schedules. We have to synchronize our course schedules so that we can, meet at a common time. We can also have a common topic to talk about among our students. For resources, some students don't have the required technological capabilities of their computers to access the metaverse. So in collaborative projects, some of them are assigned to script writing or to creating videos so that they can pass it on to their team members who have the technological capacity. And finally, proficiency. Even professors might need that help in terms of implementing some activities in the metaverse or in other online collaboration platforms. So to solve that, we usually have the orientation seminars or workshops for the professors and for the students. So I often visit the partner universities too, so that we can give orientation workshops to students and to professors.
Okay, so I think that ends the discussion, but now we will give time to our audience here to ask questions if you have to our panelists. And if you have, please raise your hand so we can acknowledge you. Yes po, ma'am. Yes po. We are still changing the battery of the microphone. Kindly introduce yourself and from what your designation and what university you're from po, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Are you still awake? Okay, I'd like to direct my question to Dr. Pugoy. By the way, I'm Dr. Consuelo Habito from UP Open University. My question has something to do with the sustainability of using AI, because recently I read that it uses up a lot of energy in order for you to generate all that AI that will feed on to whatever, prompts that you put on your query. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, because here's the thing. Whenever we develop AI models, like in my lab in Tainan, when I was still studying here, or even my models using some GPU in the Philippines, our focus would be to develop, let's say, the most accurate models without no regard for sustainability, or without any regard for other factors. But that is actually the elephant in the room, and that needs to be actually addressed. Maybe some AI researchers may not be realizing that, but that is something that I'm also passionate about. Because you are leaving a carbon footprint. As long as you're using your GPU, even the GPU, whenever you're playing games, you're also leaving a carbon footprint. So what I would like to say right now is that should be an open research question, so that we can develop or design AI models that actually consider using less carbon footprint, using less power, so that it can be sustainable in the long run. I may not have the answer right now, but that is something that we can work together. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, please kindly just introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm just a student, so for the questions, because since you guys mentioned about the AI is currently facing the situation in the worldwide and also the global, and mentioned the three things from the times, resources, and also the proficiency, right? Due to the AI, how you guys will know the data is really the real or the fake, and also how you solve the problem about the times, resources, and proficiency. How you collect the data, how to prove like the improve for the future your project. This is the question should be like encounter.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
So it looks like I'm going to receive the large brunt of questions this afternoon. So anyway, regarding the resources, I want to answer that first because that is one that is quickest to answer. If you're talking about financial resources, then that is another question. And we need budget, of course, to develop any AI models. So we need to look for possible funding, so on and so forth. Now, I want to go to your next question about making sure that the data is clean, right? Or we're using the data with the right tables, something like that. I'd say that before the actual development, let's say before the actual coding or programming of the AI model, then another important part would be the preparation of the data set, data cleaning, making sure that the data is pure, the data is quote unquote honest, that the data we are using is true. That is also another huge part, I'd say. Not only the development, because people would think, oh, okay, I have the data, then I want to develop. But before that, before we proceed to the development, we have to prepare the data set first. Yeah, because if we have good data, then we're gonna have good results, I'd say. So it would just follow, again, as long as we have the proper data set that we can use to train AI models. Yes, Shishir.
Yeah, Dr. Rain answered from the perspective of a developer. I'll be answering from the perspective of a user. So usually when we try to verify if information that's given by AI is real or is true, is we use the act of ground truthing, right? We do ground truthing, and I think Sir Milben is also familiar with this. In climate modeling, which is very common as well in computer science, when we produce models of what it was a few years ago, we go to the actual data, right, of what the temperature was 10 years ago before we try to confirm if a model is correct. So I think it's the same with what AI is generating. When we find something that GPT churned out from our input, then we have to check if the valid sources would confirm that information. So ground truthing, sir.
If I may add, I think he's also asking about the basic ChatGPT results. So it would depend on the availability of the information in the internet, and that's why we should not rely truly in the results. So the human aspect is really important. So the way we interpret, so we should be critical. So I think that would be one of the important things.
Okay, so I think we are also live in YouTube. So are there any questions from the viewers? We can accommodate one. If there are none, then maybe one more question because we only have 1 minute left from the audience. Sige po, ma'am.
We are actually negotiating who will ask because we believe in participatory process. Anyway, my question, because my bias is usually with the marginalized sector, and I love also optimizing the use of technologies. So my question is, the approach, or from your perspectives, from your experience, how do we approach that and to ensure, or not to ensure, but to ensure, because it's about human rights from my perspective, to ensure that the marginalized sectors are able to access as well, or they benefit from the process. She's negotiating for a follow-through.
Or maybe just a follow-through to that. By the way, I'm Malu Harabe from, she's Fina Flor, Thailand. I'm from UPOU. The question is akin to her question. So in what ways can you, let's say, use technology to mitigate or to reduce issues of inequalities or social injustices?
It's like a chicken and egg. what I'm trying to say is we want to use technology to bridge the gap or to lessen the chasm. On the other hand, it also has the capability of widening the gap as well. Because, let's face it, only people with resources, let's say, with the money to access the internet, they can use ChatGPT, something like that. You know, this is a chicken and egg question. So your question is how we can reduce the gap? Sorry?
As well. So how do we use, maybe in specific context, the use of AI, the use of the technology that Sir Milben mentioned, and as well as Doc Rob. No? So how do these technologies or products, technological products, how can they be used to mitigate, reduce inequalities, and address issues of social injustice?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but are our technologies dependent on the internet, the three of us? Because if our technologies, AI, then the climate modeling and AR, VR, then the fundamental question, first, we have to ensure internet access. Maybe my Taiwanese friends here don't have an idea, but it's really a pressing concern in the Philippines, especially in the marginalized, the remote areas about internet connection. So my take here, before we even get to talk about AI, AR, VR, climate, so on and so forth, the fundamental question, is the internet all right? We have to fix that first. And after we make sure of that, after we have possibly addressed that, then we can talk about the deeper things. That's my take.
Yes. As for me, COIL was actually designed to address the problem of students not being able to visit physically their partner universities abroad. That's why COIL was designed. So with the assumption that everybody can access the internet, then I guess the challenge of giving students the opportunity to collaborate with students from abroad, from another culture, will be solved by using technologies that are used in COIL. So yeah.
I think just make it accessible to the public. So this kind of forum, so we are making it available to everyone. So these technologies, and I think that would help minimize the inequality.
Okay, so thank you very much. With the interest of time, I think we have to end our session here. And if you have more questions, you can just go to the Secretariat and write your question with your email address and address it to the specific speaker here. So with that, again, thank you very much to our panelists and to the participants. Let us also be reminded that our certificates of appreciation and participation, the IUSR Forum Committee will just email the e-certificate. And before we leave, may I request the panelists to stand for a photo documentation.
Thank you very much. And yes, I agree. We already have the technology, and it's actually up for us to leverage this. So we can actually increase the reach, because that's the concern a while ago. We have to increase the reach, and then the efficiency, let's say, of AI in particular, to help promote our IUSR initiatives. Thank you again. And to moderate panel session 3, maximizing IUSR engagement as a learning laboratory, please join me in welcoming Assistant Professor Leo Mendel Rosario, Chair of the FMDS Diploma in and Master in Research and Development, Management Program of the UP Open University.
Welcome to panel session 3. I would like to call on the panel, Ms. Noreen Dayan Alasada. So we would talk about her research along with her co-authors entitled The Possibility of Silk, Sustainable Tourism, Community Currency, VR Tour in the Trolley, in the San Antonio Trolley Community. I would also like to call on Assistant Professor Remshi Pasahol. We'll talk about their research about pamayanan, pamantasan, mamamayan, bayan, at kapaligiran laboratory, the UPOU's Urban Planning Studio. And last but not the least, of course, I would like to call on Assistant Professor Regina Mendoza Armendo about her research on creating a learning laboratory for policy innovation and public purpose. So, we have a laboratory or an e-laboratory or ODA laboratory in FMDS, and it's called Policy Innovation and Learning Laboratory for Sustainability or PIL. So most of the researches that would be talked about here is related to that. So I'm also a principal investigator of PILs. So welcome again to panel session 3. So that we would know about your project, maybe you can somehow introduce yourself and talk about your research and project.
So good afternoon, everyone. I am Noreen Lazada. I am the current FMDS Public Service Support Staff. So for this part of the program, I'll be introducing another learning laboratory that we have in UPOU. So it's recently instituted Sustainability in Action Living Laboratory Campus. So this one was spurred on by the approval of our first doctorate program under the Faculty of Management and Development Studies, which is the Doctor in Sustainability. So with the institutionalization of the Doctor in Sustainability program under FMDS, the Sustainability in Action Living Laboratory Campus was initiated as well. So what is the program? So it's called SILK. It is the integration of the theories that we learn about or we study in all the programs of FMDS, and then merging them together into one space using the university and projects and programs under the university to better provide a space for our students and our faculty as well as the community. This will be usable, or they will be able to gather insights and other learning activities within the campus itself. So that's basically SILK, and it has a few components which I can share later towards the other questions of the panels.
Good afternoon. So Pamayanan Laboratory is not actually a physical space. It's not a studio which has a classroom. It's actually more of a framework on how we are implementing the urban planning workshop under the Diploma in Land Use Planning program of the University of the Philippines Open University. So the name of our urban planning studio reflects the different dimensions of Pamayanan Laboratory. PA stands for Pamantasan, the University of the Philippines, particularly its trust for public service, its trust to provide a learning environment where our students can really learn about the expected competencies expected of them. And then MA stands for Mamamayan, because planning is never a solo job. It's a multidisciplinary discipline. And it is not just about involving or knowing many things or having a working knowledge of different disciplines. It is also about working with different stakeholders, from the people in the community, from the civil society organizations, and the officials, and our government officials. And then YAN stands for Bayan, the most common local government unit in the Philippines. we are partnering with these local government units because planning in the Philippines is basically a function of our local government units. And then NAN stands for kapaligiran, because at the heart of planning is environmental health. When our environment is healthy, people are also healthy. And then that's it. So, and then when we merge the different names, we create a pamayanan. Pamayanan is the Filipino term for village, barangay, because all our planning interventions can actually occur and even start and be felt at the community level. So that's how we do our urban planning studio. And what are the output of our students? It can be a spatial plan, like a comprehensive land use plan, a site development plan for a specific site. And then it can also be a development plan which talks about how the financial resources of a certain local government unit can be programmed. It can also be a thematic plan, for example, for a certain sector or a dimension of a community, like disaster risk reduction and management, solid waste management. It can also be a planning study, not necessarily a plan, but is an input to the planning formulation process, such as ecological profile. And then lastly, we are currently exploring the university, UPOU, as a learning laboratory as well for our planning students. Because we have how many hectares in UPOU? And this can actually be a site where our students can really learn how to plan communities. So basically, that's the collaborative and interactive nature of Urban Planning Studio.
Thank you very much. So from Pamayanan, we now go to Pils, which is the mother of Pamayanan, but he's not my son, okay? Okay, so Pils, we're in the process of creating Pils, which is the Learning Laboratory for Policy Innovation for Sustainability. So it's under FMDS, but of course we would like to invite everyone from UPOU and even maybe later on KMU to join us in our learning laboratory. So it's basically bringing evidence closer to public policy making. So many policy innovation labs, mostly academic, are conceptualizing these labs to represent islands of experimentation where the public sector can actually test out and scale out these public sector innovations. So in a nutshell, PILS will be the space where we can test public sector innovation. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll just add, no? So PILS is quite new, and every program in FMDS has a research group. And the PILS is actually functions, no? Works as for the trifocal function of UPOU. So on the research side, we are developing policy innovation. On the public service and instruction, no, we are conducting, all of these three presenters are conducting capacity building for government agencies and other communities. And from that experience, we would be developing MOOCs and micro-credentials, no, from that capacity building. Okay, so basically, Learning Laboratory is about capacity building of other organizations and as well as our students in informal education. So what's the challenge that you have experienced in with creating or developing a learning laboratory?
So, I think in this case, sir, would be, since it's really new, it's just, this was instituted last year. So it's just, Silk is fairly new. And then the first challenge would be like aligning our programs, our existing programs, our existing partnerships, our projects into, I think it's not that big of a problem, but since we have a lot of disciplines within UPOU, FMDS mostly, so it's like aligning this to the main components of SIL as a living laboratory component of the university. And then I think after that problem, once we've gone through that hurdle, would be like again, knowing where we stand with our communities or with our partners, since we are bringing another, a new flavor or like a new concept to them. So it's more on the how do we engage them better, And then yesterday, during our trip, we went to Pingtong yesterday together with the trolley community. And one of our realizations after the trip would be, how do we engage these communities in the long term? So it's that since we're not just talking about sustainability in its technical term, but more on the how do you engage them? How do you put yourself into these programs or into these projects for the long run? So that's it.
Hello. I think the major concern that we have is mobility of our students, because our urban planning studio usually has face-to-face workshops. And imagine our students come from North Luzon, South Luzon, and we have to ask them to go to a certain municipality which are islands away, imagine. So that's one of the major problem and concern. But our students are very much interested to go and really wet their feet to really experience dealing with the community, with the local officials. And then another concern would be financial requirements, because conducting planning workshops involve conducting consultation workshops with the stakeholders, and stakeholders, when you invite them, they're actually expecting for at least a decent merienda or snacks, right? So it will entail costs. And then at first it's a major concern, but we also realize that it can also be an opportunity for us to find partners. Imagine in our urban planning studio, in a semester, we can have at least 3 memorandum of agreement with local government units, because the memorandum of agreement will enable our LGU partners to allocate funds for us. It's more of a legal authority for them to do that. So it has been an opportunity as well, although we're still considering it as a concern, because LGU who has funds is being one of the requirements in choosing LGU. But our intention is really to help those who are really needing who need our assistance the most, like the 4 to 6 class municipalities, income class municipalities. And basically, they do not have the financial support or the financial capacity to support our workshops, the transportation cost involved. So financial requirements is still a major concern for us.
I think for PILS, it's similar to with what Ms. Noreen and Sir Rems mentioned. It's really mainly on resources. So when it comes to resources, we have human and financial. And when it comes to human, that includes time, because we recognize that we're all very busy people. That's why it's important that we have to integrate PILS, which is basically research and public service put together into our instruction role. So it's really, it falls into what Professor Serrano mentioned earlier, that we have to have this synergy of the 3 functions so that we can really, do it well. PILS is such a big task, which can have a potentially big impact in the university and in the community. That's why I think we have to do it right. And when it comes to financial resources, I think we need to tap the UP system and of course other external donors so that we can purchase the NVivo, SPSS, and other software that we will be needing for research. Thank you.
Yeah, as an addition, actually PILS is outside the ODEL setup, because we involve students in public service. We also involve external collaborators. So it's a way for the university, or FMDS for that matter, to extend itself outside the university and outside the online mode of interaction. My question is this. So you have mentioned several challenges, but I would like to know the vision for the future of your certain projects. How would you, because Dean Joanne earlier mentioned the difference between public service and IUSR. Clearly, IUSR is more comprehensive and deals with global challenges. Now, how do you envision your projects to transform from a public service to IUSR?
I think we have to go to what's the core with public service and then USR, and that's the engagement or connecting to the communities or those our stakeholders. So for Silk, we envision this to, of course, we are very much familiar in the university with like programs or projects that we just start, and then we conduct 1 or 2 activities, and then we don't follow through. We don't measure how we have affected or how we have impacted the community, how we have helped them, how we have made impact in the community. So I think with the vision for Silk, since it's sustainability in action, so it should be like everything that we do, from the planning to all the activities, and of course the future activities under Silk should be long-term and sustainable. So I think as simple as that.
I think we have 3 visions for Pamayanan Laboratory. The first one would be IUSR focused more about stronger engagement and also ensuring that our output of this collaboration will really be used by our and we have already recorded some strides about this, about some gains. For example, just yesterday, our student actually tagged us in a post informing us that the output during our urban planning studio a semester ago was actually approved and adopted by the local government unit. It is now being used as the tourism tagline of the city. So we have to ensure that we further strengthen our engagement and our collaboration with our partners to ensure that what we are producing are actually planning outputs that can be utilized by our partners. Second would be, we are becoming more aggressive when it comes to looking for funds, specifically grants, because we want to really reach out to cities, municipalities, and even barangays that really need technical assistance when it comes to planning. And then, third, another vision would be about international planning studio. Because we have to understand that when we do planning, it's like conducting a research. You need to have a precept or a sort of a model on how you are going to, for example, design a particular site, develop a spatial strategy for a city or municipality. You always have that model. It's not being a copycat, but it is about knowing what are the planning alternatives that have already worked in other places that can be adopted in your city and municipality. And I think conducting international planning studio can actually enrich the experience of our students to learn about the culture, the communities of other communities from other countries, which may have an almost similar context with the Philippines. So that's the 3 visions for the Pamayanan.
For IUSR, 2 things come to mind. First is the scale, and the second one is longevity. And I think policy is really the way to go when it comes to these things. So I'd really like us to have policy hackathons someday. This is basically a brainstorming event where stakeholders, external and internal, collaborate and do out-of-the-box thinking for us to come up with creative solutions to crazy big problems. And of course, I'd like us to have a policy advocacy where we write white papers informing the public about specific topics. I'd like us to have policy briefs, and maybe later, policy simulation where we do use AI, virtual reality to see the unintended consequences of these policies.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's open the discussion to our online attendance and here in the convention center. Are there any questions from to the resource speakers or panel? So do we have questions from online? Okay, since we don't have, okay. Dr. Fina Flor Thailand would ask a question.
Yeah, good afternoon. I was thinking, since one of the mentioned objectives of the learning laboratory is really focus on students, but I'm not sure whether students are also motivated to engage. But we love to engage with them, and that's part of the whole purpose, no? From our guest, and even the moderator, what do you think may be some motivating factors for our students to get involved more in these initiatives, in line with the IUSR, of course? Thank you.
Okay, so aside from them learning many new things together with us, I think it would be nice if we can maybe grant a public service or research award to a student later on. So we can come up with some awards to motivate them. Of course, this is Carrot. But I think it's nice to have something like that just to recognize their efforts and their contribution also.
I think we do not have a problem when it comes to engaging our students with the Pamayanan Laboratory. Because it's actually part of instruction, the delivery of our urban planning workshop course. So if you do not participate and then you get a grade of 5. So basically I think that's also one framework on how we can really move forward when it comes to public service, ensuring that it is integrated in how we do our research and instruction. And I think that's what Pamayanan looks like right now. And I think when it comes to providing Carrot, that's why I'm really pushing forward about the International Planning Studio. Because imagine if we can have, for example, a grant for 5 promising DLUP students, and then we can send them to Taiwan, and then conduct international planning workshops with students from KMU. Because planning isn't just about the work of urban planners. Even health professionals, even social workers, even the lay people, everyone is welcome in planning. Planning is for us because our places, our communities are for us. So that's what I would like to help address engaging students.
So I think from my perspective would not be under the instruction or like engagement with the students, but more with the community, since I'm handling the public service part. So for Silk, I think it would be more on getting them in the same page for communities, like our existing communities, or if we can't get them to be on the same page, at least let them or make them read the same book, in the sense that we don't use like very technical words or technical concepts to engage them, but we go down, we know their context, and then we don't impose. So that's the main thing that I have learned since the integration of IUSR with programs of FMDS earlier this year. So you don't impose, know their context, and then engage them more.
I'd like to add, I think we can also have a seed grant award. So people can just pitch in their ideas, and then we can grant them a certain amount of money. Of course, terms and conditions will apply.
Okay, I would like to also add, getting students was not my problem. My problem is dividing myself to be able to cater to them. For example, there were 15 students who would like research mentoring with me. I only accepted half because of my limited capacity to train them. They were motivated because they would be getting research mentoring outside the courses, and they would be able to publish and present in conferences, as well as they would also be trained by other program mentors, to learn more. So although my program is DMR and DM, I have Dr. Malu Harabe in my research team, so they're being trained in gender studies. And most recently, there is a grant for graduate students who want to be mentored. There is a stipend for that. It has been released, so that's also another way of motivating. And I've got a lot of questions from my students because they're interested in it. Okay, so there's a question from Doc Aura Lacaste.
Hi, good afternoon. My question is very specific to Ma'am Noreen. This is about your trolley community. So I'm just really curious, what made you decide to choose the trolley community as, the site for your IUSR or the USR initiative or activity, when in fact our students in UPOU, if you will consider it as a learning laboratory, the students are not located in a particular place. So what would be the potentials of this if you want to maximize it as a learning laboratory for our students located in different parts of the country and in the world?
I think, ma'am, the reasoning behind that would be, like, we've been, where you're familiar with our initial project, the Youth for Ifugao Rice Terraces, and one activity that we had there was also visiting the Choli community. So we've been doing that for a few years. We've been bringing our guests just to sightsee, just to see this part of the community in such a short span of time, but never engaging with the community itself. So on this part, since we've had comments from the first conduct of Project Lakbay that it's very, that's what Ma'am LJ mentioned earlier, it's very touristy. So we really wanted to engage them more, know more about them. So we selected a community since it's a very unique concept. As for the, I think our colleagues here can add to how can we engage the students more, because again, my perspective would be more on the community side, and I really have to expand my perspective on engaging on the instruction part.
There's a question from Dr. Myra Uruga, or comment, perhaps?
Kung ano yung grant na sinasabi mo.
I can't remember, but...
Is it from UPOU?
Yes.
It's GMAP.
GMAP, yeah. It's from UPOU.
Okay, I like to make a correction that it's still at the Office of the Chancellor.
Okay.
And we have, hindi pa po siya assigned.
Okay.
It was Chansey. But it is approved. We're waiting for the signature. Also, we are happy that you have created a PIL group, because the OVPAA recently launched during faculty orientation, faculty conference, yung ng primer ng research group, where there will be grants already na ibibigay. I am so sorry, there are foreigners here. There is a grant, a small grant, for research coordinators and the research group to support your advocacy. However, we are so skeptical about the creation of the group, because it might conflict with the guidance committee, and so therefore we wanted to be more warrant, and we wanted to monitor how will you execute the research group. Kasi ang dilemma is baka mag-away, kasi di ba you are mentoring one student, however they are not involved in the program, and so therefore there might be a conflict. That is the challenge that the research group would be facing, and so therefore we will be monitoring that. Kaya every quarter, I think there would be a report that will be submitted to the Office of the Vice Chancellor for Academics Research para ma-monitor.
Okay. Thank you, Doc Myra. LJ?
The amount, I wouldn't announce it. Wala na kayo. Secret.
Ms. LJ has a comment or question?
Salamat naman at natawag ako. Because I was not given the opportunity a while ago. Char. Anyway, I would just, because this is more of, the discussions are more of integrating IUSR into our instruction. And now my question would be, and right, it was a question a while ago, how do you encourage student participation? But what I thought of as I don't know, other people can chime in as well or have their perspective on this as well. Is there possible negative effects on IUSR when you're having this IUSR for the sake of IUSR, or it's like it's integrated into, or IUSR as a sort of compliance-driven IUSR? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Just because it is part of your instructional design, that this is a required thing, are there perceived issues that can come out of forced public service. So that's
Okay, in my group, in the PILS, no, we're not doing for compliance. Actually, we are, if we want to matter in the ecosystem of PAL innovation, so we are colliding or exploring avenues that needs policy innovation. So, do you have any answer? Because we don't do IUSR for compliance.
I agree with you, Doc Leo, because I think the things that we're doing now is already more than for compliance already. So this is more of passion, because I'm from the program of Master of Public Management. So we do a lot of policy-related courses, but this is on top of the courses that we are already delivering. Because the policy hackathons, the policy advocacy, these are the things that we want to involve the community with. So these are not just for internal stakeholders. So policy is really a big thing for me because it will have a lasting big impact in the community. So I think that is what we want to pursue with MPM.
So I observed that most of the faculty are really doing this because they're also learning from this, from interaction with the agencies.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, very last question from Dr. Harabe.
Again, okay, trying to connect to the question of LJ, Ms. LJ, would there be anecdotal evidence coming from students, no, as to the, how do you say that, tangibles or intangibles that they, obtained from the experience? Meaning, did they have a reflection session, or did you have a reflection session whereby all of these came out? Or would it be a good way moving forward? Like, could there be a research aspect to this as well? Thank you.
I'm in the process of doing a research on research mentoring in ODEL mode, and the students are actually proactive. Like they are always updating me that they've written this already, and I'm the one who is catching up to advise them.
About the reflection, actually, as part of the course requirement, we actually ask our students to prepare a reflection paper about their whole experience in urban planning workshop. So basically, it's a rich resource which can actually be mined for further research as well. But in addition to getting the feedback of our students, I would like to engage our partners as well. For example, are the plans that we have co-formulated with you are being used by the local government unit? We know, I mean, some of them are messaging us about how we have helped them to prepare a certain plan that are mandated or expected of them pursuant to a national law. But we would like to know more about how they are implementing the plan that we are producing. So it's not just researching about the reflection of our students, but also our partners as well.
Maybe for us, the closest thing that we have for students would be our participants for Project Lakbay who are like Taiwanese students. So we have participants from Kaohsiung Medical University, Xiqian University, National Taiwan University. So from there, from our last Project Lakbay, we were able to, we always, at the end of the day, we always ask them, how do you feel? What have you learned for the day? And how will this turn into action? So one resonating reflection or a reflection that has marked for that struck me was from Joanne, one of our participants. So she said that before going to the Philippines, she was just like a very laid back child. So she said that he gets his allowance from his, since his grandfather is a farmer, so he gets allowance from his grandfather aside from his allowance from his parents. So she doesn't worry about the money. But coming to the Philippines, doing Project Lakbay, she said that the first thing that she's feeling is that she's having a big headache and thinking about all the problems that she is now being aware of. Yeah, so I think that's one reflection that is a good from Project Lakbay for us.
Okay, thank you very much to the panel and to the audience for a very in-depth discussion. Okay, let's have a group photo for this panel session. We'd like to invite you in front.
Thank you once again, and that's it for maximizing IUSR engagement as learning laboratory. Now, what I really appreciate when it comes to learning laboratories is the experiential learning it provides. So I resonate with the motivation and then increasing the desire to help, to be better, to provide the opportunities for them to use with their upcoming battles. You know, implementing changes can really be challenging. And speaking of challenges, no matter how engaging the discussions may be, it would be very difficult to continue without having a break. So let's have a break for 5 minutes. This would be a health and refreshing break. See you later. All right. Hello again. I hope you had a fun break. All right. So, moving on to our panel session 4. I'd like to introduce the moderator for opportunities of promoting IUSR through collaboration. Let me call on Assistant Professor Rovalyn P. Gallego from the Department of Biology of the Caraga State University in the Philippines.
Tajahal. Hello everyone. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. It is an honor and a privilege for me to be standing here in front of everyone to serve as your moderator for the 4th panel discussion of this special event with the theme, Opportunities of Promoting IUSR Through Collaboration. Now, from the theme, I cannot help but think about a few things. First is humility. Being humble enough to realize that no one can stand alone, no man is an island, and therefore can accept help. Second is kindness, being kind enough to offer help and share what one have. And lastly is dedication or commitment, to be able to sustain the established partnership through collaborative efforts. All right, now for this panel discussion, let me call up here in front of the stage, on stage, our presenters. First, let me call Assistant Professor Leo Mendel Rosario, the Program Chair of the Diploma in and Master of Research and Development Management from UPOU. Second, Assistant Professor Luisa A. Galisan and Dr. Emily Amoloza. Both are from the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies of UPOU. And last but not the least, Assistant Professor Margaret Harmin Suarez, the Program Development Associate, Institutional Linkages of UPOU. Welcome, everyone. Hello po, ma'am and sir. Look at them glowing, very ready to answer everyone's questions. All right, now before I throw in the questions, ma'am and sir, can you please help us know more about you by briefly introducing yourself and what you do? Can I start with you, ma'am?
Hello, I'm Margaret Hermin Suarez. I'm an assistant professor from the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies. I am also the PDA or Program Development Associate for Linkages.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I'm Assistant Professor Luisa Helisan also from the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies. I used to be with the Multimedia Center of UP Open University. Right now, I'm the University Registrar of OU. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm M. Samoloza from the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies. I'm the current Program Chair of the Bachelor of Arts in Multimedia Studies. And she's too kind to say that we are glowing because we are feeling sleepy right now. Yeah, so thank you.
Okay. I'm Leo Mendel Rosario. In my past life, I'm a physicist, but now I'm on R&D and Innovation Management. I'm the chair of the Diploma in Master of Research and Development Management at FMDS UPOU.
Well, sir, either way are good. Okay, so I think our panelists right here are ready for the first question that I'm gonna throw in. So in relation to collaboration, ma'ams and sir, what are the possible areas of collaboration in the promotion of IUSR? Of course, you can tell us about your projects. Maybe we can start with you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is actually a collaboration in terms of brainstorming with Assistant Professor Lian Angelico De Pante and Assistant Professor Regine Mendoza Armendo from MPM. So we actually thought, how do we cover nationwide public service? So instead of going to barangays and city, we went directly to DILG, Department of Interior and Local Government, who is helping a lot of regional centers of the ILG. So basically, we have a project that we are mentoring them on policy research education, and the policy that would be developed would be towards a sustainable community in the region. That's it.
Yeah, okay. Just to keep you a little bit awake, I have asked for a short video of our project. And ever since the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies, which used to be the joint Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities and Faculty of Science and Technology, was established in 1999, we've been doing public service projects or social responsibility projects, even on small scales like going to Bicol or the province just to give short trainings for the teachers. And what you are seeing right now are the documentation of what we do with our PLDT InfoTeach Outreach Program. We teach public high school students and teachers all over the country. And as of 2022, it started in 2012. As of 2022, we have about 27,000 graduates. And during the pandemic, we had several webinars where we have our participants reach up to around 170,000. So that's how we reach our participants. And another project that I would like to look into is I would like to share with you, because I have to look at the iUSR. So the other video, which is the Collaboratoire 2020. Just to give you a brief backgrounder, the Collaboratoire 2020 involved a week-long research residency program in multidisciplinary research and sustainability in the context of the Philippines. The fellows looked at innovative ways to address the research challenges that combined teaching with applied multidisciplinary research practice. The UPOU co-organizers here are the University of Plymouth and Cognovo Foundation. Other collaborating partners are Curiosity, WedPro, Space Ecologies, Arts and Design. So in this research collaboration, the fellows tackled 6 research challenges, like designing the world for the aging, self-care kit for service and support workers, environmental empathy, fixing social media, transformative education for all, and reimagining sustainability. That's all. Thank you. And for the PLDT InfoTeach Outreach Program, our co-organizers there are, of course, the PLDT, the nation's largest telephone company, and of course the local government units all over the country. We used to partner with TESDA, the Technical Education Skills Development Authority. Thank you for that. I forgot about it. I lose sleep last night. So, and it depends on the needs of because we had undergone, I think, around 7 phases of the project, and it continues to develop depending on the needs of the teachers and the students. So we partnered with several institutions to do the project. That's it. Sorry.
No worries. So good afternoon again. So our project is actually a collaborative project with different entities. So we have a private company, an electrical power generating company. And we also have the local government unit of Mauban, Quezon as one of the partners, the Department of Education, Quezon region, and the UPOU Foundation Incorporated. So it's with UP Open University. So we have this project is called Teacher Development Program. And the primary aim of this project is to improve the quality of education in Mauban, Quezon. In around 2004, late part of 2004, we were approached by the Quezon Power Philippines to conduct a 2-week training program. So actually, the brainchild of this TDP is our Chancellor, Dr. Melinda Bandalaria. So we had a meeting, and then she told everyone that a 2-week training is not feasible or sustainable to in just 2 weeks you will have an impact on the quality of education, especially for the teachers, because then the Quezon Power Philippines had a study before approaching us. So they already have a scoping study on what they think or what are the causes of the low quality of education. So we had this teacher development program. It provides scholarship grants to selected public elementary and high school teachers. And these scholars were enrolled in the post-baccalaureate degree programs, either in education or computer science offered by UPOU. The degree programs were actually aimed at upgrading the knowledge of the teachers in the subject areas that they are teaching in public schools in Mauban. So aside from the graduate degree programs, TDP conducted training programs at least twice in a year. These training programs were designed based on the needs of the batch. So far, in the last 10 or 12 years, the TDP is not only for teachers alone, but some selected government employees working in the local government unit. So may scholarship for social work, public management, environment and natural resources, DevCom or development communication. And then lately, the undergrad employees were also given scholarship grants. That's all.
All right. The project that I will be introducing is the UP Vinta initiative. This is actually a brainchild of the system. So it's because ODEL is one of the flagship programs, or is included in the 10 strategic flagship programs of the UP system. UP Vinta is the ventures, if I would just spell it out. It's Ventures for International and Transformative Academia. So essentially, we are offering borderless quality UP education to our fellow OFWs, and of course, we also offer that to their family and their family members. Currently, the project is in its infancy stage because we only launched the program in the second half of this year. There were 7 areas that were pinpointed because we have a lot of OFW students there, specifically, and a lot of OFWs present in those areas, specifically in Hong Kong, Dubai, Doha, Qatar, Thailand, what am I missing? Singapore, and another one is in Japan. So those areas have different needs and different profiles for our OFWs. And currently, we are preparing for our launch in Singapore. And the most recent one was in Hong Kong. For other details, I'm sure I can share other components later. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's very interesting, the collaborations that all of you are passionately pursuing in service of our the Filipino community, and not just the Filipino community, but the foreigners as well. All right. My second question is, although I believe that some of you have already answered, as you have given us some details about your collaborative efforts, is that maybe you can elaborate a little more. What ways do these collaborations contribute to the promotion of IUSR? Maybe you can discuss a little brief with these collaborations.
Okay, so I think it's a cascading effect. Every regional center of the ILG is also collaborating with another university. So it's a ripple effect. So these collaborations are multiple, but the challenge is, although you have not asked this, is the research teams of these regional offices are not really akin to developing policies. So it would take time, but it's a worthwhile endeavor, because ultimately they would be recommending policies that is contextualized. For example, in Caraga, the policy that they would recommend is on the water supply, because there's a time that there's an issue on water supply. On the other hand, on the Cordillera region, they were suggesting policies that would help on digitalization, because of it's a remote place and mountainous, so they need connectivity for communication. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I have a list here, but I will just discuss one. So I think for our case, we are a government agency and we do not have that enough funds. Resource sharing is important, and I think that makes, it's not only the funds, of course, it's also, as mentioned in the earlier sessions, the human resources, the skills, the expertise that we share with one another. We really need to collaborate. Okay, thank you.
Also for TDP, collaboration is the key, and also pluralism, or it's the interactive cross-collaboration and partnership with diverse specializations. Because eventually, aside from the institutions I mentioned earlier, when the program, from one batch, we now have 8 batches of scholars, and the needs and characteristics of these scholars are different from the previous batches. So they also have different educational needs. So we have to collaborate with other institutions who can provide what they need. Like when we started in 2005, there is no, the teachers, the first batch of scholars do not have access to the internet or even to computers. Although then, we already, our UPO is already going online, but we had to revert back to DE 1.0. So we had, they studied via the printed module, and there is a monthly face-to-face session. And then eventually when these new batches came in, so they wanted, we had to, especially the Chancellor, collaborated with PLDT and the Department of Information Communication Technology with the backing from the LGU to strengthen the internet connection in the municipality. And then PLDT also provided support in terms of the equipment. And then the ICT helped in the establishment of the an e-center, which later did not only serve the scholars, but as well as the different members of the community, even those in the younger ones, the senior citizens. They conducted training programs for this, and even for the indigenous peoples.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. I may have forgotten to mention a while ago that we partnered with government agencies, specifically Philippine embassies and consulate offices for this project. And I also forgot Taiwan. We also had a launching here in Taiwan with the help of MECO. And for this project also, we tapped the help of one of our scholarship granting non-government organization, specifically for the launching in Vinta, Hong Kong. So they are willing to give out tablets for our students, for the potential students of UPOU. And by the way, the UP Vinta is not only UPOU. It's currently we are the ones who are hand-holding this project, just because that our programs are already ready or are already online. So, but all the CUs and all the constituent universities of UP will eventually and hopefully join. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm curious, lastly, I'm curious about the few challenges as Dr. Leo have mentioned earlier. You already have mentioned a few challenges, sir, but maybe a few more challenges can be stated. Can we know more about that one?
Okay, but before that, I'd like to mention the PLDT InfoTeach Outreach Program. Our project leader for that is our Chancellor, Dr. Melinda Bandalaria. She used to be the Dean when the PLDT InfoTeach Outreach Program started, the Dean of the Faculty of Information and Communication Studies. That's the reason why it was lodged in our faculty, while the Collaboratua 2020 was led by our current Dean, Dr. Diego Maranan. So, but for the challenges, I think one of which is the sustained commitment among the partner agencies. That's one of the challenges. That's actually for me, organizing or doing collaborative projects. That's one of the, that's the hardest thing to, the sustained commitment among the partners, because you need to make them realize that there should be a sense of ownership of the project. And that's one of the challenges that I think I have faced during those, doing those projects.
So for us, the challenge is that we had to change every batch, the approach that we implemented. So from batch 1, batch 2, you have to make adjustments to answer the needs of each batch. And then another challenge at the earlier part is that there were students or scholarship grantees who were scared to take the scholarship and go to UP because of the certain image of UP that it's hard to study in UP. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But eventually, we were happy to note that some of the scholars from the previous batches would apply again to pursue higher studies. So we now have, from diploma, we have students pursuing master's course, master's degrees, and a few PhD. And then another challenge, last challenge, is the commitment of a few of the collaborators, especially when there's change in leadership in the local government unit.
Yeah, I think one of the many challenges, or one of the most distinct challenges, that even if we offer our courses, even if they take and pass the courses, will the course or will the program be accredited in their country? So accrediting issues, that's one of the major, I think, possible problem. But currently, I think we are doing okay. UP degrees are always accredited and they're recognized as of now. But I think that would be it. That would be one of the possible problems or challenges.
Thank you so much. It is very, I really salute people and individuals who really pursue in doing things for the benefit of the community, selfless acts of service. It's really nice, and I'm saluting all of you, ma'am and sir, for your passions. And even though our efforts may go unnoticed sometimes, but God sees everything, and I know that He will reward us. He will reward all of you. Thank you so much for sharing it to us. And right now, we will proceed with entertaining questions from online and everybody here in the hall. Students, do we still have students right here? If you want to raise a question, you may raise your hand, and please move towards the microphone stands here in front to be acknowledged. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, so good afternoon. I was just thinking, with regard to collaborators, of course all collaborators have their own individual interests and they have their own agendas as well. How do you vet which organizations, with regard to forwarding public service IUSR initiatives, how do you vet which organizations you believe would be aligned to your goals? And have you had experiences wherein you saw red flags in your collaboration? So if you could cite, you can censor, or you can cite some experiences so that maybe we can learn from that as well. Thank you so much. For all.
All right. Yeah, for our particular project, I didn't see any red flags because originally the mandate of the embassies and the consulate offices is to help the OFWs. I didn't see any red flag, and they easily helped us in terms of logistics. Not only that, they gave us the list of possible partner agencies also, and other Philippine society organizations. So I maybe in the future, in our future, but in future, no. I don't want that to happen. But for now, we don't have any problems in that area.
So far, I guess we are lucky na everyone every institution that we approach do not hesitate to help us. Though, I mean, a political issue or a political problem is always there, but we are also lucky that the other institutions are still there when one leaves because of differences in the political environment.
Okay, I won't mention any institution or so, but and it does not specify the two projects that I presented, but we have to understand that for businesses we have what we call the corporate social responsibility. And the corporate social responsibility is different from what we have the IUSR. So they are in business, and what they have to do their social responsibility. We have to accept that they do that for business. So that's it.
Okay. I don't, for any agency or organization who would be asking for assistance from UPOU, I don't think about the red flags. but rather the sustainability of what they are proposing. Because we don't want any programs that would not result to a greater impact. So sometimes, from my experience, is that they would request for a training, but the training would not really solve their problem. So what we do is a lot of discussions, and we use root cause analysis. We ask why 5 times, because we don't want to cure a problem that is a symptom. We want to cure the problem, which is the source. So you don't give paracetamol to one who is in fever, but rather you ask, what is the diagnosis? What is causing that problem? So maybe it's an infection, so you need an antibiotic, or maybe there's something wrong with the system, no? So, and besides that, it's not only about that organization who is asking for the benefit. What we think, because FMDS is very good in terms of multidisciplinary and flexibility, other universities is not capable of bringing a lot of disciplines in one field. And sometimes the problem of that organization is not only disciplinary, but multidisciplinary. So aside from sustainability, we want to leverage on the strength of our faculty, FMDS. So that's the only thing that I can give advice on terms of collaboration.
Thank you so much, sir and ma'ams. Targeting the root cause. Yes, indeed. All right, do we still have more questions from our audience? Please do raise your hand and move towards the microphone stand, and maybe mention your name as well as the presenter whom you want to address the question to. Anyone? Students? 你们有问题吗? Yes? How about online? Do we have questions online? Oh, okay. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us and your expertise, professors. We are very privileged to hear about what you have been doing, collaborations and all, from doing collaborations with the local governments of the Philippines, private agencies and public agencies, as well as engaging the OFWs. It's really amazing. And once again, thank you so much to our presenters and to our audience right here. Thank you. There may still have questions, but you can approach our committee and maybe write their questions, or approach our presenters right here after the event if they still have time. You can talk with them, I guess. They're very friendly and they're an expert in their own fields. I really believe that. So, okay. So, for the certificates of everybody who has attended, this will be emailed to you by our IUSR committee. And now is the photo opportunity. Can I ask the presenters to please stand here in front for the photo opportunity? Thank you so much, professors. It's been a pleasure. And this has been Rovelyn Gallego, your moderator for the fourth panel discussion. And we can move on to our next. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And let's proceed. So yes, I do agree with Dr. Ems when she said that collaboration is good because it actually maximizes the resources that we have. And when this is done effectively, our initiatives in IUSR will be more sustainable. So this supports the cliche, the more is, the more the merrier. And this makes F4 better than Dao Mingse alone. See, I'm just checking if you're still listening, and before I expose further my generation, Dao Mingse, Sanchai, yes? Oh, yes. Anyhow, before I expose again for those of you who are reacting, our generation, let's call on our next moderator, Associate Professor Fina Flor F. Thailand, the Chair of the Social Work Program, Faculty of Management and Development Studies of the UP Open University, for the topic Forwarding Gender Inclusive Development through IUSR.
Yeah, I might need to move myself from the podium because of my challenges. Yeah, but it's okay. Okay, good afternoon. Are we still awake, alive, alert? That's a very good reminder for me, no? Because I don't have enough sleep, but of course the topic is very interesting. It's one of my first loves, no, related to gender, as I also serve as the director of the Office of Gender Concerns of our university, Open University. So let me call on our colleagues who will be sharing their experiences, their collaborations, their projects, their initiatives regarding this topic, forwarding gender in relation to IUSR. So one of our staff in the Office of Gender Concerns of UPOU, Ms. Dana Marie Mercado. And one of our faculty members from the Master of Arts in Nursing from the UP Open University as well, Assistant Professor Regina Carla Bagalanan. Regine, I'm so sorry. I will just have to give you coffee in a while. And last but not the least, of course, one of my favorite co-faculty members. Don't get jealous. So the others, Associate Professor Mayra D. Oruga, the Program Chair of the Diploma and Master of International Health. And of course, one of our Assistant to the Vice Chancellor for research under the Office of the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. I can do this without batting an eyelash, no? We can do this, right? Okay, let's move forward while we wait for Doc Myra. Yeah. Oh, wow, okay. Oh yeah, I saw the power interplay. No. This is how we play at the university. So we're very interested about your initiatives of the various activities that you have been doing in relation to our topic on promoting gender and social responsibility and public service in the university setup. So you might want to share with us a bit about what you do or what you are planning to do, no, in relation to that aspect. Go ahead, Doc May.
According to beauty daw ito. So, I'd like to acknowledge my co-authors here. Their first time here in Taiwan. Mamaya tatawagin ko sila. Oh, nawala! They disappeared. Where's Josie?
They might be doing something. Yeah.
Anyway, I have Josie Macale, our admin assistant, and then we have Raisa Alforja, Noreen Alasada, and of course my mentee, Janelle Balegal. Ito ba? Si Janelle. Okay. Mary Grace Perez and si Josie nga. Okay, so this project is a sub-project of a funded initiative of the Department of Health Human Resource Development Bureau. Okay, so we have grants for this one. So in terms of financial resources, somehow it's not a problem to us. Okay, so the main project is called Sowing the Seeds. However, we have one of the objectives is this project called Empowering Women Through Community Health Education, evaluating the impact of CHU. Later on, I will tell you what's the meaning of CHU, the Perma Garden, and Project Lakbay on health resilience. Okay, so we all know that women play a vital role in the health and well-being of families and communities. But despite of this contribution, they are faced with numerous health challenges and disparities. Okay? So community health education programs, which is one of my expertise, health education. By the way, I am a public health. I am referred at the Department of Health as public health scientist. Oh, di ba? Galang-galang scientist. But in the academe, I am an associate professor. So, one of our advocacy here is health education really. So just like in the DSWD or social work program, we are married to each other because we have the same advocacy. Okay? And these challenges, by providing women with the knowledge and resources needed to improve their health and build resilience. So, CHU, the Community Health Education and Well-Being, which headed by Ma'am Regine, is a program that aims to enhance women literacy and empower them to make informed health decisions. While Permagarden is known as growing appreciation towards decisions, towards resilience, development, entrepreneurship, and nutrition, focuses on sustainable gardening practices to improve nutrition and food security. For some who have been into Lakbay program, they have seen the Permagarden. We have a dedicated area there where herbal meds are being grown. Okay? Gardening to improve nutrition and food, promoting resilience against environmental and economic stresses. While Project Lakbay is a learning actively through knowledge-based appreciation for youth. They engage us more on educational activities such as fostering leadership, awareness, and community involvement. So this project has been launched a year ago. The Project Lakbay is 2 years ago. However, there is no evaluation on this project. And as a public health scientist, we always wanted na there would be a monitoring and evaluation of the program or the project to measure the success of that project and then identify the gaps and challenges and make a correction out of it. Okay? So, the initiative has shown promise in enhancing women's health and resilience, but comprehensive evaluation are needed to understand their full impact and identify areas of improvement. Of course, we cannot say that indeed all these projects that has been launched by FMDS are successful until we engage more with the stakeholders, okay, of the different challenges or gaps that they have seen so far. Okay? So the effectiveness of this program in enhancing women's health and well-being, evaluate their impact on resilience and coping strategies, identify key factors contributing to their success, and provide recommendations to improving similar programs. So the significance of the project itself is a potential contribution to understanding on improving community health education program targeting women. Okay, we only do not want to be exclusive to UPOU. We wanted to diversify our program to other communities as well. That's one of the problem right now in the Philippines. So with the help of Ma'am Pina, I am now engaged in the UNICEF project through the EDCOM. That's the Congressional Education Committee of the Philippines. And one of the areas that the marching order of the President of the Philippines is to solve the stunting, which is within this within the project itself. So we found out in one of our workshops that indeed health education is very much needed. the health-seeking behavior and the change behavior is very much needed by the community. And the one that we targeted really are women, primarily because they are the caregivers, right? So, the significance of the...
Not necessarily.
Oo, sige.
We can have another
that's another context,
Sure.
okay. The significance is to lie to its potential, target informing policy and program design. We wanted to empower the women, promoting sustainable practices, and fostering youth engagement. Therefore, it will provide valuable insight and actionable recommendation for stakeholders involved in health education. So, that's the context of our project.
Thank you, Doc Myra, for that introduction or overview of your project. Though I also noticed that you also saw the interconnection as well of your current engagements, not just the one listed here, but because we could see the integration as well of our various engagements. So if I may have...
Yes, Doc Fina.
Ma'am Regine.
Yes, yan.
With an E.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
Doc
think this is
Fina.
on your research. Please go ahead.
Yes, po. So my research is gender differences in health information sources and health-seeking behaviors, as mentioned by Dr. Mai. This is a perspective from a rural railroad community in the Philippines. So equitable access and participation in health information and advocacies are crucial for improving community health outcomes. So in the Philippines, health information is communicated through the barangay health station, or also known as BHS, and its barangay health workers, or BHWs. So the BHS and BHWs serve their community through the health advocacies and education. However, entrenched gender roles and stereotypes often hinder effective access and participation, as exhibited in the railroad community of Barangay San Antonio. So health responsibilities are predominantly assigned to women, limit men's active participation, perpetuating stereotypes, and overlooking the potential of a holistic approach. So to address this issue, the study aimed to assess the health information sources and health-seeking behaviors of rural railroad community members by employing the participatory action research framework. So through this, the research actively engaged trolley community members to determine gender roles in health advocacy access and participation within their community and identify barriers to inclusive engagement. So interviews were conducted among the community and participants to explore deeply ingrained cultural practices and their impact on health-seeking behaviors. So results showed that there is a lack of effective health information dissemination, insufficient healthcare resources and facilities, and entrenched gender norms of working males and child-rearing females in San Antonio's railroad community. So the study recommends further research on developing effective and inclusive health IECs, or information, education, and communications, for improved health literacy, enhanced decision-making, increase male participation in health decisions and seeking behaviors, and empowered BHWs. Thank you po, Doc Fina.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that is one of the research proposals that have been funded by... No, I'm just asking, no? That's one of because that's one of our initiatives as well. We provide grants with the help of the Research and Publications Committee under the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs of UPOU to really ensure that our research projects and initiatives have gender lens. And not just gender lens, really mainstreaming gender in our research projects. So we are happy that we are pushing forward. No, it's not. Coffee later. No?
Okay.
Coffee later. But I love the findings already, because previously when I saw the proposal, of course it was just a proposal, and we are very curious about the findings. And now I'm hearing about the findings. Looking forward for the report. Ang galing.
Thank you, Dr. Fina.
Looking forward
Parang
to the
kinabahan
report.
ako dun.
You have how many months to? It's okay, no problem. And I think that's a good transition to the next sharing of Danny, because I think it's also about gender sensitivity related to the trolley community, but Danny might want to provide more introduction. First, go ahead.
All right. Hi. So our the research project that I will be presenting is about gender sensitivity training in the trolley community of Barangay San Antonio, Los Baños, Laguna. And together, this project is together with Dr. Fina Flor Thailand. And so this is an ongoing research proposal. So I will be emphasizing the design that we will going to use, which is later I will be discussing more, and the context of this design in UPOU's context. And of course, I will be also discussing about the participants of this project. Okay, so as a staff from the UPOU Office of Gender Concerns, UPOU has always been forward when it comes to gender mainstreaming. And one of the strategies that we employ is the gender sensitivity training program. So, and drawing from the context of UPOU, we implement the GST programs mostly within the university to our employees, students, and also to general public. Recently, in the past 2 years, we have been offering the GST Massive Open Online Course, or GST MOOC. And the design of this GST MOOC is the basic concepts of gender and also the gender policies and laws, and among others. So, so the context of the gender mainstream, the context of the GST in UPOU. So the trolley community, this is the target of our project, is the trolley community, the KNY, or the Kaya Natin Youth Los Baños, and the Women's Brigade. So we will be needing to have needs assessment in order for us to know the needs, the specific needs of the community, because well, generally, the gender-based research projects is not one size fits all. It should be in a specific context. So we should have needs assessment to know what are their needs in terms of gender, in terms of gender. So yan po.
I think just like what were mentioned a while ago, given that we have to have context-specific training program, because what Danny is trying to say is our existing training programs would be expanded to our nearby communities so that there would be more intersections, no, of our programs, including the communities that we are trying to work with. And Danny, maybe this is a good thing as well, that since our current research projects have already some findings, and so we could draw actually some of the results. We are having a meeting here. The project team meeting. No, what I'm just trying to say is, prior to this meeting, to this forum, I did not see that the findings of the research could actually inform our training program. So I'm also learning now, and it's also a good thing that I'm listening intently, that really, because the communities that you are trying to target are also the same communities that we are also targeting for the gender sensitivity program. So this, the results of your research would really inform the specific things of our GST, though there, of course there are minimum contents, no, of our GST, but
to provide a different layer also, like healthcare seeking behavior, what are their capacity and their perspectives in terms of caregiving, etc., would be provided by your research, which we could somehow integrate into our training program, right? Not just one size fits all, the generic gender sensitivity training. Anyhow, I love that there's already progress in our training program. No, but I would like to ask, since most of our research, especially the two of you, your research projects are already almost in the, no, it's a different thing, right? No, the phases. Ma'am Regine's research is almost done. Doc Myra's is halfway, I think, right? Or almost done as well. Okay, so what do you think have you experienced as challenges or issues, and how were you able to manage it? If you haven't encountered them, what are the potential challenges or risks that you are expecting to encounter? That also goes with you, Danny, and to us.
Okay, the seniority again. So what are the challenges? One significant challenge in promoting gender-inclusive development in this rural railroad community is the entrenched gender norms of working males and child-rearing females. So these traditional roles often dictate who participates in health-related decision-making and community engagement. So women are primarily viewed as caregivers responsible for health and nutrition, while men focus on income generation. So leading to an imbalance in health-seeking behavior. So did you ask how we mitigate, or you didn't? Okay. To mitigate this challenge, it's essential to implement awareness, which you are doing, Doc Fina, actually. Programs that educate both men and women about the importance of shared responsibilities in health and caregiving. So workshops, which we are doing in UPOU, encourage male participation in health discussion, can help dismantle stereotypes that discourage men from engaging in health-related matters. Actually, Dr. Mai once mentioned that during the, I'm not sure if it's you, Doc Fina or Doc Mai, there's this one seminar that the men acknowledge that masaya pala to join this kind of conversation, because it's usually the girls or the women who participate in the conference or
that's one
seminar.
of our seminars. I could not anymore remember which ones, but yeah, we had this conversation. Yes, Doc Mai, thank you.
I think this is just potential challenge, okay, that I've been seeing since I have been immersing on the community. Number one is health disparity and access to health care. Okay, if you have seen, I don't know, San Antonio, while there are barangay health workers around, there is a limitations to the manpower. Okay, that's why.
Let me just add the result, because there is only 2 barangay healthcare worker to cater 3,500 households. So imagine how under manpower is going on in San Antonio.
Because I'm not sure whether I'm correct, but the mandate is just to have 1 per barangay,
Yes.
right? But there should be a ratio.
Ratio,
okay,
yes.
Go. Sige, please go ahead.
Another is the lack of long-term sustainability. I hope even if the leader, which is Dr. Joanne, whose term is say 9 years or so, or maybe going to a much higher position, someone should be an advocate also, okay, upon endorsement of this project, so that there would be a long-term sustainability. Okay, that's one of. Another is the financial resources of the family, of the community. That's one. Really, that's a gray area. Usually, when we say, "Ma'am, you can do this," we say in Filipino, "Walang pera." They
There's
always
no
say,
money.
"No money, no money." Yeah, that's our problem. And so therefore, as a public health
Scientist.
hindi. When I am in a community, I'm a practitioner.
Okay, go.
So public health practitioner, I was asked, is that my problem? Because really, you cannot, you are forced to give your own money to them. Okay, sometimes. Okay, because of that financial. That's why the Perma Garden is a very good initiative that can be duplicated in the community, because they will be empowered to plant simple plants that are edible, that they can use. Okay, as part of the food security.
Yeah,
okay?
correct.
So
Even
that's
for
it.
both food and even medicinal
Medicine,
purposes.
yeah, the herbal meds. So sometimes they would complain to the RHU, okay, or to our barangay health unit. Okay, ma'am, you have to buy this one. They would say no money. However, in the community, there are a lot of herbal meds that can mitigate, that can help them ease up. Say, for example, a simple cough, a simple cold could augment the herbal meds already. And that's acceptable already in the Philippines, okay?
They are scientifically and medically approved.
Yes, approved. Okay.
So yeah, okay.
Okay, so in our research, so I will be presenting potential challenges, since it will be like our first time to extend it to the community, since mostly we are extending, the UPOU has been extending the gender sensitivity training program within the university. So one of the challenges that was encountered in the GST that we have conducted is the sustainability of the initiative. But recently we are starting to launch actually a community of practice, online community of practice for the gender sensitivity training completers, MOOC completers. So, okay, so next will be the potential challenges, since we will be extending it to the community. One is like what Ma'am Regine have said a while ago, is the social norms, or let's say the cultural resistance, because traditional gender roles and cultural norms may lead to social inertia, or what we call resistance to change, that community members are accustomed to the existing power dynamics. And maybe one way to mitigate this is, aside from the community advocacy campaigns and educational programs, maybe we can, what do you call this? Develop culturally sensitive communication strategies and materials that are easy to digest, because let's face the truth that gender concepts are not really easy to digest. So we need to simplify the terms. And again, another one may be, since it's in the community, the limited access to technology. For example, the communities that have low technological infrastructure, or those who don't have internet connection, something like that. Maybe one way to mitigate it is to actually conduct in-person trainings, or blended mode. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dani. I saw the very dedicated timers there on the side. So we're trying to wrap up the discussion so that we could have some time for open forum. So the three panelists, including myself, have been discussing about specific problems related to health and even on gender, but they are very much interrelated. And even the specific family and community problems are actually interrelate with the structural forces, such as health access, access to information, access to services, and even the awareness, and of course culture. So really, when we try to provide necessary intervention programs, we have to consider those aspects and not just nitpicking what is easy, because it's really not easy to change minds, no? And to change mindsets, culture, long-held traditions and culture. But we're up for the challenge, am I right? Ay, wow, thank you so much. So, yeah, because of your research, we will do more because, yeah, you're informing our program as well. So, having said that, may I ask our colleagues here in the on-site and of course online, if you could have, if you have your questions or any comments for our panelists and even for myself. Sige, anyway, go ahead, Sir Lloyd, please.
Magandang hapon, good afternoon. Considering that there are areas, particularly in the ASEAN region, where there are still cultural and structural barriers to gender equality or gender inclusive development, this initiative, how do you think this IUSR initiative can actually move beyond token initiative, being labeled as token initiative, and be able to ensure that gender inclusive development is actually embedded in the internal policies as well as the different programs of the community-related initiatives. Thank you.
Because there is a culture barrier in gender norms in our environment in the Philippines, especially because we are in the paternal hierarchy. We regard men as the decision maker of the household. Really, we have to involve them, okay? Encourage them to attend. Okay? Say, for example, in one of the trainings of women, while we are empowering their wife, we have to empower them also. Okay? So, there should be a mutualistic relationship among, and shared responsibilities. Okay? So that they will be, there would be a sense of the direction already of acceptance that previously Philippines has been by a woman, has been led by a woman. Okay?
Twice.
Twice. Yeah, twice. Okay. So
Yeah.
that's my thought.
Okay. If I may share in the interest of time, yeah, 1 minute please. Perhaps the one we shared a while ago, the context-specific training programs or education program will come in, because the one-size-fit-all training programs like GST that are usually being implemented by some organizations may not really be appropriately applied or used. The creativity and innovation may need to really come into play. And I'm seeing a lot of potentials, especially not just in the Philippines, even outside, because we have networks from Asia, given our network and our association. They're trying to be very innovative. They're trying to be very creative on how to include men, how to change behaviors, how to change mindsets. Not just change mindsets of men, even changing mindsets of women as well. But we all know that it's not an overnight thing. And just like what was mentioned here, these programs need to be sustained. What's good here is, for example, in the Philippines, all our laws cover gender programs. No? Gender integration, gender mainstreaming is part and parcel of our laws, even in the United Nations level. ASEAN level, there have been lots of declaration already pushing for this. So I'm happy to become part of some of this. So we are, yeah, I'm seeing that. We are really very serious about this. Last, yeah, Dana?
1 minute. Sorry, promise.
Okay, so just a quick, Okay, so I think really one way to enhance the promotion of IUSR is just like what Doc Mai said a while ago, is to increase community engagement and partnership. And then with this increase in community engagement is we should measure the the measurement and evaluation is also, measurement of impact and evaluation is also very important. Measuring the impact of gender inclusive initiative can be complex, no? Kasi due to subjective nature of gender dynamics. And so we should be strategic also. Like we should employ both quantitative and qualitative methods, and we should be collecting feedback from time to time and make necessary adjustments.
Thank you for those information. We should be doing those, right? In our next activities. No, we are doing it, but we try to expand it. And having said all this, I think the ladies there on the side are really, let's have a meeting, one-on-one, Doc Leo, because we really do not have any more time. Our colleagues for the next panel might have lack of time. So may I have our panelists to stand in front for the photo op, and thank you very much for this opportunity to share and discuss these things.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so are you still alive, alert, awake, enthusiastic? Hindi na masyado. Kaya natin to. We have a very good coffee. Sorry, I love their coffee, the cold one. I love it. It's very refreshing, and look at my energy. So yes, it's effective. Come on, guys, try. Anyway, so let's proceed. I agree. What I love about gender discussion is when it marries topics such as IUSR. Normally, IUSR and gender are full of, sorry for the term, but it's highlighted because of the problems that they bring. But when we talk about gender in this way, it highlights the diverse voices as a solution. So I hope that's what you saw during this afternoon, or heard during this afternoon. And before I introduce the next panel, I'd like us all to be reminded that the presentations and discussion of the participants do not necessarily represent the opinions of the organizations they are affiliated with. Okie dokie. So, to introduce the moderator for panel session 6, I'd like to call on Assistant Professor Brent Joy Hernando from the Department of Biology of the Caraga State University in the Philippines, discussing or moderating promoting cultural heritage within communities through IUSR.
Thank you, ma'am. So it is my honor to introduce our panelists for today's session. So this is session number 6. So our first panelist is Assistant Professor Maria Lourdes T. Jarabe, the Program Chair, Diploma in Women and Development, UP Open University. Next is Dr. Hazel V. Habito Javier, the Director of the Philippines Department of Tourism in Taiwan. And also, we have Assistant Professor Aurora V. Lacaste, the Faculty of Education, UP Open University. Okay, so I am Brent Joy Hernando, a PhD student here in Kaohsiung Medical University. Nice to meet you all. And also, I am a faculty at Caraga State University, Butuan City in Mindanao. So for today's theme, we will be talking or we'll be focusing on promoting cultural heritage within communities through IUSR. Now, I want to clarify something about the cultural heritage. Maybe one of you can answer this question. Does it encompass? I want to ask the holistic component of cultural heritage. Does it only focus only in cultural sites, or are there other aspects for this topic? So, yeah, anyone can answer the question.
All right. So in any society, of course, the base would be the economic political landscape. And so this economic political landscape would create a collective consciousness manifested in culture. So it does not only, how do you say that? It does not only capture the tangibles like the places or the symbols, the signs, no, but also the intangibles, how people speak, how people would manifest the consciousness. So I think it's beyond no what is obvious or what is seen, but rather it would represent a bigger collective consciousness of that community or society in general.
So when you say tangible, so this would be the monuments, could be parks or sites, and you mentioned about how the certain community speak, so it could be the language.
And even the accent.
The accent. And aside from that, are there any intangible aspects of cultural heritage?
Yeah, I'll just give more examples. Maybe the customs, or social behavior.
Behaviors, customs.
Attitudes of a people, of a group. So I think this is it's good that you ask this, sir, because it's part of what I'm going to share with you later.
Yeah, okay.
The cultural experiences. Thank you.
You want to share something, ma'am?
Basically, I think it's actually the way of life of a certain community or a certain society, because as she has said, Professor Dr. Malu, it's both tangible and intangible. Particularly for tourism, because I'm wearing the hat of a tourism marketer, a tourism attaché. So I basically promote the unique cultural heritage of the Philippines in general.
I see. Now that we know what are the tangible and intangible components of cultural heritage, so let us proceed now to the specific programs that you're working on. And let me start with Dr. Maria Lourdes Jarabe. And can you give us a brief overview of your research? It says here, looking back, moving forward, promoting cultural heritage, sustainability, and university community partnership. Your take on.
Thank you, Sir Brent. Not before I do so, may I just let me just acknowledge the other investigators for this project. So besides myself, we also have Assistant Professor Reggie Mendoza Arnaldo. Another one. Armiendo, sorry. Another one is Miss Nina Ebron, who's a student right now at Kaohsiung Medical University. And the other one is Ana Pauline blanking on Del Rosario. Okay? Kasi Rosario na sa isip. Anyway, and of course myself. So, also, just to say, I'm no cultural expert. But why am I in this situation in the first place? Currently, we have an ongoing partnership with the municipal government in one of the municipal governments in the Philippines. That's the San Mateo, the municipality of San Mateo, Rizal, province of Rizal. And this partnership covers, broad areas of cooperation. And so we just didn't go there having package of programs, but rather we want it to be a very participatory approach we want to have a participatory approach to this partnership. And so we asked the local chief executive in the Philippines. It's called mayor. We asked the local chief executive, so what is it that you want us to collaborate with? And in the collaboration, we also thought about it should be something that is not it's not patronizing, meaning we will not go there as if we have ready solutions. We want it to be something that we co-create together with the local government unit. And we also want it to be something that is beneficial to the university. So we could obtain benefits from both ends. And I think that is what is important when we also talk about IUSR. Okay, so we are, in that sense, we are co-equal. And so when they said cultural heritage preservation, that was when we decided, and together with them, okay, let us sit down, let us craft a partnership project around cultural heritage preservation.
So what specific cultural heritage was that, ma'am?
Okay, so basically, we are employing a participatory action framework for that. Mm-hmm. So even in the determination of the objectives, in the determination of the research question, who will participate, and right now we have conducted the focus group discussions. Even the questions that would pertain to the focus group discussions were co-formulated with them. So what are areas that we would like to find out? So one is looking at the awareness level of the people there on what culture or cultural heritage would mean. What is it that they want, that they are proud about their community or their municipality? And moving forward, what is it that they want to achieve also in relation to cultural heritage preservation, but also trying to involve as many cross-sectoral, like women, the elderly, the youth groups, the artists, and the historians. So it's, involving as many people, various stakeholders to co-create this. So because it's an action research, we just don't want to find out what the problem is, but rather we want to also co-formulate, actionable solutions. So by the way, it's an ongoing thing. It's an ongoing project. So we hope to conclude it by next year, perhaps.
Okay, it's good that during the planning you incorporate the local community on the things that you need to do in the future. So that is what you're trying to say, right? So, and also, now that you have partnered with the local community, what is the role now of the university in preserving this cultural heritage? And aside, when I say the role of university, what are the specific functions of the faculty and the students to help preserve these?
Right. Good question. So what is it that we have as a university? First, I think in terms of resources, we have human resources. So we have faculty and researchers who can spend time, and who could, assuming, of course, we have the advanced knowledge to put things together in order and make sense of them. So that's our role. But of course, we do not do this on our own, but rather together with them. So that's where the co-creating comes in. So there's also, I would suppose, no transfer of knowledge. So while we have the resource, we also are, we should be sharing that as well, because knowledge is power. And if we are talking about empowering communities, empowering people, that's one area that our presence should be felt more significantly. So I guess that's the role of the university or the academia. Human resource, making sense, and whatever would come out from this project, from this research, should be something that they can use and something that could also enrich us as a university. For example, at the moment we are also into the production or the open education resource. As a cyber university or the university of the future, the UPOU is very much into the production of knowledge products that can be accessible to as many people.
Okay, thank you. So let me proceed now to our next panelist, Dr. Javier. Your research on our terraces to the sky, challenges and opportunities for ecotourism in the Ifugao World Heritage Sites. Could you please give an overview of this project?
Okay. Well, let me acknowledge first my co-researchers, of course, Dr. Connie Habito, and another good friend of ours is actually Miss Professor Yulali Dulnuan from the Ifugao State University. Okay, actually it really starts with this idea that I'm really promoting the study of English as second language in the Philippines. I'm promoting here in Taiwan among the Taiwanese students. And we thought of bringing the students also in Ifugao. However, I already started this one long time ago, but recently, right after the pandemic, I had to develop in a more extensive, I call this an expanded ESL program. Me being a tourism attaché, as a diplomat here, one of our mandates is actually to expand the market. Aside from promoting the Philippines, we have to ensure that the market is quite broad, not just a plain tourist. So since I am partly academician, I finished my master's and PhD, both in tourism and community development. Hence, I love community development. I have this heart doing a lot of work for the country. And so what I'm doing right now, since Taiwan aims, the government aims to become bilingual by 2030, and I'd like to be part of that goal, for them to achieve their bilingual goal by 2030. So I've been aggressively promoting the Philippines as the best destination for ESL. It has been like for more than, I was here, nakakahiya, quite ashamed. I've been here like for almost 8 years, but I cannot speak the language. Although I enrolled, it's so frustrating because the class is actually scheduled during from 1 p.m. to 4 o'clock. So it's really hard for me because I'm so busy. So I was always absent the time. Anyway, let's focus on my work. So the Philippines remains number one in Taiwan for ESL and diving. Those are my first two loves. I've been promoting these two particular products aside from the other tourism products that we promote. And then we found that there's a problem. There's a scarcity of schools in the Philippines. Initially, we were actually promoting the small ESL school, which is actually operated by foreigners, not by the Filipinos. The likes of Koreans, Japanese, and there are also some Taiwanese schools operating in the Philippines. But my partner schools here, in fact, last summertime, NKUST brought in 200 plus students to the Philippines. I helped them, to negotiate with different schools. And now I'm partnering with our leading partner, ESL partner, D-Way International, because there's actually a problem. There are no available rooms or place for the students. There's a great demand right now, among the Taiwanese. So I told them, why not expand this program into a bigger, environment, that is mga HEIs, higher education, so universities and colleges. So what I did, since I'm from Region 4A, so part of course ang Los Baños, I have so many relatives in Los Baños. So I thought of making Region 4A to be the hub of this new program, the expanded ESL program.
I see.
So I started doing this one last year and aggressively promoting up until January, up to now, no? I have partnered with around maybe 25 schools already. And the target is we'll be bringing in more than 5,000 students starting this year and in the future, in the succeeding years, particularly this coming winter time and summer next year.
Okay, so
And-
that's really great. I'm sorry to cut you
Yeah.
off, but I have to ask our another panelist. We have Dr. Aurora Lacaste on the Virgin University Teachers Multicultural to Advance University Social Responsibility. Give us a brief background of your research, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, it's actually not a research project yet. It's a research idea about harnessing the experiences of our international students who are also in the academe, maximizing their experiences while they're studying abroad, so that they can also perform some service to our Filipino kababayans living also in these places. I'm a graduate of Taiwan, so and I know Prof. Juliza, and then Rovelin, and then you, Sir Brent. We are here in this. We experienced living, this community, and we are aware that we have Filipino workers here. They already form a community here, and what I was hoping, if this research would come or would be implemented, is for us to be more empowered. Well, the experiences are still fresh. Okay, to be able to give something for the people that are for our fellow Filipinos who are in this place. So. Actually, this is also related. It did not come randomly because this is related also to the dissertation which I finished just last year. So I think there is a potential, okay, for us to reflect more on our experiences and to share more of our observations as Filipinos living abroad, okay, to be of help to the other Filipinos who may not have the education or the capability to be more observant and be more reflective of what's happening in the society, and also to represent our culture better, okay, in a foreign land. Because, we are often stereotyped as poor people. We just have these limited options for jobs when we're in a foreign land. But actually, our culture, we have to be proud of our culture, especially the intangibles, like our ability to be resilient in different situations. We are able to relate and interact well with other people. We are humble, and we work hard. So these are the values that we would like to highlight and to highlight, okay, sa atin bilang Filipinos. So yeah, hopefully us being in VSU, in the Caraga State University, with all, but not only here in Taiwan, hopefully a framework could be made for other Filipinos who are studying abroad, that we can also share our expertise, okay, be a guidance, be guides, okay, to our to the Filipinos who are also working abroad.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So it's good that really the Filipino communities, especially here in Taiwan, are trying to cross borders and bring to become a bridge to both Taiwan and the Philippines. And I want to go back to you, ma'am. What are the challenges of when you in your program, when you promote the ecotourism of the Philippines with your program in ESL? What are the challenges that you encountered?
Okay, thank you for that question. Actually, we're planning to, we have initial discussion already. In fact, Dr. Habito went already to, went to Ifugao. And when I mentioned to them about this program to be implemented there, I told them that the challenges could be, one of the requirements of this program should have an accommodation, and of course the willingness of the community to be involved, because this kind of ESL program, that's simply learning English on one-on-one. It would be like co-buddy, or there should be a community learning with them as well, with the Taiwanese.
Is it some kind of a homestay program? Or?
Yeah, actually, they're really offering a homestay program. But when I talked to our leading partner, which is Dewey International, their one requirement, actually, one major requirement is at least there should be in-campus accommodation, because of course some Taiwanese would be, worry about the safety, Still a challenge for us about the image of Philippines being a safe destination. I'm still actually struggling, promoting the Philippines as a safe destination.
Yeah.
So this is one major challenge actually is that accommodation for the, and of course balancing the, the interest of the community, because a lot of younger generations are no longer interested. And particularly in Ifugao, where actually more of the developments are in the enclave of Ifugao, in not in other places, which are actually considered a World Heritage Site. We wanted to bring in that ESL program because these are, they had the UNESCO sightings, or there's a world recognition. So it's really worth for the Taiwanese to appreciate that value. So hopefully we will be able to, to carry on that program.
I hope we can work it out with your collaborators. And then Dr. Harabe, can you share to us the challenges that you encountered?
Okay, from the get-go, we have, we have some ideas already. And when the focus group discussions came, and we saw that we were right in some of these assumptions. Since we are working with, cross-sectoral and multi-generational, so we part of the FGDs, the focus group discussions, where the youth and the historians and the elderly, so they come from different backgrounds. So imagine a Gen X or even a boomer conversing with Gen Z or the millennials. So that of course there are inherent, I would say, problems related to that. But one of the ways by which we were able to address that or mitigate that, at least, when we said there were ground rules, like we want this to be an generational dialogue, just listen, and you will be given time to really express yourself. So I think the openness to listen or the openness to communicate did a lot of, did mitigate that. So they were able to at least listen. Others would be, certain social norms and certain, barriers imposed upon by, gender differences. So it would be, difficult just to get them to participate, considering that there are responsibilities at home that they had. So I guess all of these came into play, and we assume would still come into play as we move along with the research.
Okay, for the last question for Dr. Lacaste. Are your programs right now, can you consider it as a IUSR ready, or what are the ways for you to transition? If not, what are the ways for you to transition to the IUSR platform?
Yeah, because basically, we wanted to, empowering people, our citizens, is also one way of serving them, okay, so that they have well-being, being in a foreign place, okay, at least speaking for that particular topic. So the IUSR, if translated into activities, would be something like, maybe more organized events, okay, for Filipinos, and then also targeted targeted activities in certain communities in a particular area. So basically, this would be iUSR because we are looking at scholars who are here, who are studying a different field, but they have this experience also to be observant and to have more exposure and have in-depth knowledge of a particular way of life. So yeah, in that way, I can consider this as an effort of a university to commit to social responsibility.
Okay, thank you so much to our esteemed panelists for your insights. Now let's proceed to the question and answer from our audience. Do you have questions? Yes, please. We can only accommodate one question. I'm so sorry.
Actually, I applaud the idea of Dr. Lacaste. But I also have a suggestion. Being a former UPOU student, I need more interaction besides the course in UPOU. And one of which, maybe we can have an organization for international students and a program wherein we can develop OERs from the experiences of our students in the ASEAN region, and we can have a collaboration with ASEAN Studies, something like that. So it's a program which includes promotion of the cultural heritage of Filipinos in the ASEAN, and on the other side, collaboration with the ASEAN Studies. And I would like to give a trivia. The sister of Dr. Harabe is working at ASEAN Secretariat, and also studying at UPOU ASEAN Studies. So it's a good point of collaboration as well. That's it.
Thank you for your suggestion, sir. I assure you the KMU scholars will be willing to participate. Okay, so any more, just time constraint, let's end this panel session. And please be reminded that the certificate to be given through email. And let us have the photo documentation.
All right. Thank you very much. And I am very, very happy that you are still with us. I'm seeing a lot of vacant chairs already, or maybe they're just, very serious, taking down notes, I'm hoping. Okay, so don't worry, this is already our last panel. Okay, so without further ado, let's go to panel session number 7, utilizing innovative approaches to education in advancing IUSR. So time flies so fast, and we're about to end, but at the same time, I'm excited and hopeful and grateful for giving us this platform to discuss these various concerns, and for us to help us further increase our sense of social awareness through education. I'd like to introduce Assistant Professor Luisa Helisan from the Faculty of the Master of Development Communication Program of the UPOU Faculty of Information and Communication Studies.
Thank you, Ma'am Ria. Good afternoon, everyone. So, because my program chair is here, I would like to, so aside from the Master of Development Communication, actually I'm handling more courses under the Bachelor of Arts in Multimedia Studies. Anyway, so we are down to the last panel for this afternoon. So I hope everyone is still in their senses and willing to and preparing for questions to our three panelists this afternoon. So first, I'd like to call on Ms. Sydney Rovin Makahiya. She will be presenting, or her project is about empowering social welfare assistance in low-income class local government units in the Philippines through micro-credentialing on the basics of social welfare, the case of UPOU and the SWD Academy Partnership. Second, we'll have Ms. Dina May Rejano. Okay. The title of her project, or their project, is designing an ODL-based capacity building program for barangay health workers. And the last but not the least is Dr. Myra C. Almogel, who will be speaking about expanding horizons, the UPOU's MOOCs as a catalyst for public service. Okay. So the theme for this last session is utilizing innovative approaches to education in advancing IUSR. Okay, so let's kick off the discussion by having each panelist introduce or give a brief overview of their projects and highlighting the innovative approaches that can be applied to promote IUSR. So let's start with Dr. Almogel.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think this is a very good platform for me, for UPOU, to introduce what we are doing, the UPOU Massive Open Online Courses. So let me just cite some information. So we at the UPOU University of the Philippines Open University, we are the pioneer and leading institution in the Philippines in open and distance education. And aside from offering the degree courses, we also offer a free massive open online courses, or the MOOCs, since 2017. And it is part of our mandate to develop distance education programs and expand access to quality education as a public service university. As you know, as a national university, public service is at the heart of all the programs and initiatives of UPOU, and UPOU MOOCs is one of this initiative for our public service. UPOU MOOCs is characterized by being accessible, free, flexible. We have integral part as part of has become integral part of the university's commitment to its mandate as a public service university, and it served in diverse learners from various geographical, economic, and cultural backgrounds. So we have participants in around more than 200 countries. Of course, more in the more geographically dispersed locally from different regions in our country. With initiatives like during the pandemic, Open Fight, UPOU has further demonstrated its commitment to supporting educators and learners during times of crisis, and we offered MOOCs that cater to the needs of both learners and the larger educational landscape. We started in 2013 as less than 1,000 participants, and in 2020, it grew very rapidly, like 29,000 participants. So we have reached, in 2023, we have reached more than 220,000 registrants. Yeah. Most of the courses, the most popular courses that we have, if I may just give some list, are the educational media production, the gender responsive education, child rights protection and promotion, the open distance e-learning, teacher accreditation, and the social entrepreneurship.
Okay, hello. Good day, everyone. I am Sydney Robin D. Macahia. I am a research assistant from UP Open University, Faculty of Management and Development Studies. First, I would just like to acknowledge my co-author, si Dr. Fina Flor Thailand. Thank you for writing this paper with me. So our research is titled Empowering Social Welfare Assistance in Low-Income Class Local Government Units in the Philippines through Micro-Credentialing on the Basics of Social Welfare. That's so long. It focuses on equipping social welfare assistants, or SWAs, with the skill and knowledge necessary for effective social work. This initiative is a collaboration between UPOU and DSW, the Academy, Department of Social Welfare and Development. It utilizes micro-credentialing as the core educational strategy. So this is also the innovative approach that we harness in promoting the International University Social Responsibility, or iUSR. So specifically, the certificate course on basic social welfare concepts equips SWAs with essential targeted knowledge, targeted knowledge and skill-based, focusing courses that provide immediate, applicable skills, not just for paraprofessionals, but also for those in various fields of work and for those who want to enter the world of social work. And then this approach is especially innovative because it makes education accessible, flexible, and adaptable to the evolving needs of SWAs. So the ability to seamlessly credit micro-credentials towards a formal degree, it helps get more people to enroll to these programs, because like this one, this micro-credential, it is stackable towards the UPOU's diplomas in social work, and it promotes lifelong learning and professional development. So it ensures that the SWAs receive continuous education without the financial or time-related constraints or barriers that are associated with the traditional academic pathways. So these approaches may contribute to the promotion of IUSR because micro-credentialing supports the mission of IUSR by, again, making education more accessible, especially for those in the marginalized communities. In our research, the collaboration between UPOU and DSW, the Academy, provides SWAs with specific and practical skills and knowledge that helps them perform their roles more effectively. So this approach promotes social equity by giving SWAs the tools they need to make a real difference in the lives of vulnerable populations. So it's a great example of how universities can actively engage with their communities by offering flexible, targeted learning. Universities don't just impart knowledge, they also drive social change and innovation, showing that education can be a powerful tool for uplifting others.
Thank you, Sid. Hello, good afternoon. I am Dina May Rehano. I am also a research assistant from FMDS. And our study, together with Assistant Professor Ria Valerie Cabanes, and she is also the program chair of Master of Arts in Nursing. This study is entitled Designing an Odal-Based Capacity Building Program for Barangay Health Workers. So this study, rooted from a needs assessment conducted in Cordillera Administrative Region, or CAR, in the Philippines last May 2023. So it was conducted by Ildefonso, Sagandoy, and Pili. We all know that, at least for us Filipinos, the barangay health workers are an essential component of the Philippine healthcare system. So, however, on that needs assessment, despite the availability of training opportunities provided by the local government unit or LGU in CAR, 67 to 100% of barangay health workers did not attend. So we researchers, we propose to develop a capacity building program for CAR, barangay health workers, that can be adopted by Filipino communities as well. So we will use a participatory research design, which we plan to hold a workshop with 10 resource people who are knowledgeable and experienced in curriculum development, educational planning, open and distance e-learning or ODEL, and entrepreneurship. So we will also invite participants with knowledge of community health worker competency requirements. The developed ODEL-based capacity building program will be pilot tested and evaluated so it can be improved further before full implementation. So starting from CAR, our long-term goal is to contribute to the scaling up of the academic literature and for the other provinces to adopt this program. So universities can promote international university social responsibility by using open and distance e-learning or ODEL platforms to extend education and training, especially to hard-to-reach communities. Our study, which will develop an ODEL-based capacity building program for barangay health workers in the Philippines, demonstrates how universities can address local needs while aligning with sustainable development goals or SDGs. This approach enables flexible, accessible learning that empowers communities, bridging the gap between academic knowledge and societal impact. So additionally, these approaches contribute to the promotion of IUSR by making education more accessible and community-centered. The use of ODEL allows university to reach the marginalized population, ensuring that knowledge and skills are shared with those who need them most. So thereby addressing real-world challenges. By focusing on local needs and aligning with the SDGs, the university can foster sustainable community development, demonstrating the commitment to social responsibility. This study or model also strengthens the university's role as an active agent of change, directly impacting the well-being and empowerment of communities.
Okay. Thank you, Dina. So we'll go now to our second question. So anyone can start answering this one. So in your implementation of your respective programs, please share one or two key challenges you faced during the implementation, and what actions did you take to overcome the challenges that you will mention? We'll start with the volunteer.
Okay, so I actually asked Doc Fina about this earlier. So I think one of the key challenges that we faced during the implementation was the logistical coordination for face-to-face training sessions, because it's a training session. And particularly in low-income areas where resources are often limited. So many of the SWAs are based in remote locations, and organizing training venues and ensuring participation required careful planning and collaboration with local government units. So we address this by working closely with DSWD Academy and local LGUs to identify accessible venues and create a schedule that would allow SWAs to attend without disrupting their work. And another challenge was participant willingness, although Dr. Fina mentioned that this isn't entirely a problem because in fact, based on the research conducted by the DSWD Academy, many SWAs have expressed a strong desire to upskill and reskill. So their willingness to engage in professional development was very encouraging, and they understood the value of improving their competencies to better serve their communities. So this enthusiasm helped them drive the program success, as the participants were motivated to make the most of the training despite the logical hurdles. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll... Is it...
I was voluntold.
Okay.
So, on our study, I think one great challenge in utilizing ODEL to promote IUSR is ensuring access to necessary technology and internet connectivity, especially in remote or low-resource areas. So, in order to mitigate this, strengthened partnerships with local governments or organizations can provide the needed infrastructure and resources. So, another challenge is maintaining learner engagement and motivation in a virtual setting. This can be addressed by incorporating interactive activities, flexible schedules, and the tailored content that reflects the community's specific needs and realities. Lastly, continuous monitoring and feedback mechanisms will help refine the program, ensuring its relevance and effectiveness.
Okay, for the UPOU MOOCs, when we were just starting, as I mentioned earlier, there were very few participants, and maybe the COVID had, if COVID have good things, outcome is that we were able to tawag dito, parang we have offshoot the participants. It grows so high that we don't even know what to do when we first hear that the numbers have grown so much. So imagine it's 2,200 plus previous year, or the average 1,500 to 2,000, and it became, all of a sudden it became like at 29,000. So, but actually we are very confident with our ICTDO team that they will be able to handle it. But we stop it for like some days so that we will able to know what we're going to do. So it is a challenge, but at the same time it is an opportunity for us to reach wider audience, and now very parang normal na that we will have 15,000 in one course, like what Ma'am Fina here has. So it's very normal for us to have it's now massive. It's really massive, and it's not really challenge but opportunity for everyone here, kasi for all the UPOU here. And it's so nice to hear yung mga the other projects who are thinking and planning of offering MOOCs from their projects, so that it will be aligned with the academic programs that we have. So yan, thank you.
So thank you. We're running out of time, but there's before we ask questions from the floor, here's another question. What role does collaboration play in your programs, both within your team and with your external stakeholders? Who wants to start?
I think one of the courses that we have is the business analytics, and we have collaboration with a National University of Kaohsiung here. So I think having collaborations and partners from international experts as well as experts locally, it gave us more opportunity to develop courses that will reach a wider audience.
Thank you, Dr. Almogel.
Okay, for us naman po, I think the main, like the center of this whole program is like collaboration, because from the start this won't be a thing without DSWD's research that there is a need for the SWAs to actually upskill and reskill. And with the LGUs naman, they are the ones who are organizing the venues and the other logistics. And DSWD is in charge of sending out participants, and then UPOU is in charge of the trainer. So without all those like aspects, without collaboration, this is all nothing.
Thank you, Sid. Sydney, and now Dina.
As for our study, I think the collaboration plays a pivotal role on this, on the capacity building using ODEL, because we will collaborate with the academe, the local government units. So we need to tap everyone and then work to have a center-based curriculum that we can offer for the barangay health workers. So additionally, for the external partnerships and local government units, we need them so that we can understand the needs of these barangay health workers so that we can address them immediately.
Thank you. So we'll now open the floor for questions from the on-site viewers and those online. Anyone who wants to throw in the, okay, Dr. Au.
My question is for Prof. Myra about the MOOCs, because you mentioned that there's like a very sharp increase in the number of enrollees. So wider distribution of the courses is no problem. But how do we measure the impact of this in the society, in the community in general? So do you have a way of measuring it, or once it's out there, and the indirect effects will come later?
Actually, we have developed the UPOU MOOCs framework and assessment, that we have this checklist that we have developed already, and the courses that are being developed from last year are being assessed already, and it includes the post assessment on what happened on the courses. So it will be evaluated, the courses will be evaluated, the participants will be interviewed on their experiences. They will have like a survey on what happened. And in terms of impact, if I may also add, aside from the regular courses, the regular MOOCs that we have every year, we also have customized MOOCs for the teachers, like what we have done during COVID, or when we are being requested as our mandate, we give them trainings in terms of MOOCs. So I think that's one of the major contribution of the UPOU MOOCs, not only for the general public, but we are also targeting the teachers, the HEIs, the organizations, the government organizations and institutions in developing the trainings through MOOCs.
Thank you, Dr. Anojel. Any more questions? Two more? Okay. Okay. Assistant Professor Leo.
Yeah, it's more of like an observation. Since we have a limited manpower in UPOU, I think it's a good model, no? In developing MOOCs, that we partner with other institutions. Like an example is UP Resilience Institute. So the role of the UPOU faculty is to ODELize the content, but the delivery, the syllabus, or what course development is mainly from the UPRI. And secondly, it's because of that we were inspired to collaborate with Governance Futures Lab of NCPAG, wherein the faculty is making the content in ODEL, but the content on futures thinking is from because for example, Dr. Fina is doing a lot micro-credentials and MOOCs, no? So I guess there should be a framework wherein it's easier for other organizations to enter a collaboration with UPOU to have more courses or micro-credentials and MOOCs.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Aside from that, if I may add, we also have, as part of the UP strategic program, we also have the PH MOOCs that will be a collaborative initiative between UP and SUCs in the Philippines. So I think that's also one of those things that we can tap for our MOOCs.
Thank you. So, Dr. Fina?
Yeah, that's a good comment, Doc Leo. And I think that's the reason why Chancellor and even Dean Serrano mentioned that we really have to document the MOOC practices that we have, even MOOC in collaboration with other organizations, whatever form that is, because we have to document them and make a research and my brain is getting lost now. Wait. Because of loss of sleep. No, because we have to document these various models of how we do MOOCs differently from one organization or another, or if it's solely by UPOU, or if it's an industry-based organization like DSWD, or those sorts, because we're doing MOOCs differently. So there, I think we have started this, and this research that have been that is being disseminated now is one way of doing that as well.
Yes, I agree, Doc Fina. So, Dr. Leo is back on the floor.
I just want to share another innovative tool in optimizing or maximizing the benefits of MOOCs. No? For example, the GST training of Dr. Fina Flor Thailand, to be able to have public service, no? She organized all the completers of her MOOCs in a community of practice. And somehow, we would have collaboration with all these MOOCs completers on public service. That's a very good model as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, personally, I'm so happy that we are now talking about MOOCs at UPOU. We are doing it, but actually the documentation, the assessment on what we are doing. So I think ito na yung start. This is the start of having the MOOCs really as leading the public service, and of course the IUSR of our university. It also helped that we already have the MOOCs guidelines and the MOOCs assessment framework at the university, so that it will guide us, the faculty, the staff, in developing or proposing, even at the start, proposing the courses for MOOCs.
Thank you. Dr. Amugel, any more questions? Okay, so the three projects may have different stakeholders, but the commonality is the ingredient collaboration. So they collaborate not only with different institutions, but they collaborate also, especially with the target audience. Because when your target audience have good feedback, then there will be your champions in the field. And more champions, more people to serve. Okay, thank you. So, are there more? Okay, thank you very much to our presenters. Okay, so let us all be reminded that for our certificates of appreciation, our IUSR Forum Committee will email the e-certificates to you. So make sure that the email address that you recorded in the online form is correct. And then, so before we end the session, may I request all the panelists for a photo opportunity?
Thank you, everyone. Did you just feel that sudden surge of energy? Because it's because, you know. But on the serious note, I was getting kind of worried because they are actually, you've seen them brainstorm another project. Diba? They're already brainstorming. It was just, it was an open forum, but they are already brainstorming another project. Daming time. But that's very commendable. So thank you, because I'd like to appreciate all those researchers, those who made these studies possible, because, you know, I'd like to ask for you not to get tired, because you are contributing not only to your own discipline, but as you share these initiatives, other programs, other institutions, other government agencies are also getting inspired from this. And I'm sure that this will have more ripple effects, beneficiary not only to the academe, but in all SDGs endeavors as well. Last 4 pages. Thank you very much again to everyone. And as we come to the end of the International University Social Responsibility Forum, it is my delight to welcome you to this closing ceremony. It is indeed a productive day for all of us as we have engaged in insightful discussion, exchanging innovative ideas, and forged new partnerships, all aimed at advancing interventions to contribute to the holistic development and the improvement of overall well-being of our beloved community. I choose not to make this long enough because there's still so many night markets to visit and foods to try. Remember, this is important because you've mentioned about preserving cultural heritage. So you have to appreciate Filipinos. You came to Taiwan, you enjoy Taiwan. Okay? So, yeah. So please join me in welcoming the Executive Director of EduConnect, Southeast Asia Association Kaohsiung, an Associate Professor of the College Life of Sciences, here in Kaohsiung Medical University, and among the top contributor in furthering IUSR initiative. Here to provide a synthesis and closing remarks of our forum, Associate Professor Su Yong Chow. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Okay, last time when I was giving a talk in this hall, I say, I love you guys. And I'm gonna say that again because you stay at the last minute until the end. So I love you guys. And let's give a round of applause to the organizers from UPOU and the KMU. Please stand up. Organizers, please stand up. And also Ria, who is full of energy the whole afternoon. So, and I would like to deliver my sincere gratitude to LJ.
Yes.
Who also gave me the opportunity to do the closing remarks and the synthesis. And then you know how difficult that is right now. Because we talk about several things. We talk about empowerment of community. We talk about community organizing. We talk about capacity building, education, and collaboration among all the sectors, and the technology opportunities, and also the sharing accessibility of these technologies. So I'm so admired that UPOU itself is already having a big ecosystem for IUSR. So you don't need KMU anymore. You can just go home tomorrow. Right? Do you agree? Do you agree? Oh, no. Yeah, but I also admire that you all step out of your comfort zone to be a great leader of these kind of programs. Okay, that's what I admired. So you are the framers, you are the leaders, and then you are the empowerment of the communities. So give yourself a round of applause, please. So I hope, this is my hope, you keep your characteristics of adventurous and be the multiplier of IUSR ideas. So that's my sincere hope, that after you're stepping out of this hall, the conference room, you keep your burning heart to be the multipliers. All right? Okay. So before we close the forum, before we close the conference today, I would like to invite our Dean of College of Life Sciences, Dr. Zhang, to be in the front, at the center. And I'm going to invite everybody to come over to take a group photo for everybody. So please stand up. Please stand up and come over here. Come closer to Professor Zhang. Make sure that he does not feel lonely. And for KMU students, if you are the first time joining the iUSR program, 对高一的学生来讲，如果你是第一次听到这个 iUSR 的这个 program 的话，请你不要太惊讶，因为这就是我们运作的这个方式。所以如果你要学英文的，如果你想要学怎么样子跟外国人交通的，请你不要客气加入我们。Okay, so for those of you who are sitting in the correct position, you will get a gift after you leave. So we have a lot of bags over there. So make sure you take one before you go. Okay, may I join you guys? So before you go, just make sure that you know the way to go back to Kindness Hotel. If you go outside of the campus, if you go to the right, that's the Love River. Don't fall in love over there. I should say don't fall into the Love River. Okay, don't fall in love over there. Well, if you find a lover, tell me. So if you go out of the campus, then you will find an MRT station, and then you can go back to Kindness Hotel. It's just 2 stations away. Okay, two stations away from here. Okay, so I will still see you tomorrow. Okay, for those of you who are going to Qisan tomorrow. So everybody is going, right? Okay, so I will see you tomorrow. All right. Have a good night. Have a good evening. And enjoy your visit to the night markets. Make sure take your small gift over here. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Su, for your thoughtful reflections and for emphasizing the essential needs to synthesize the key takeaways and outcomes of this forum. All right, let me just continue. Come on, 2 more minutes so that we will night market. Come on. 2 more minutes, we still have 2 hours. Come on, we still have something to do. To our dear participants, please do not forget to accomplish the evaluation forms. You need that. You need that. Flash on the screen, you will receive an e-certificate of participation only after completing the evaluation form. Please wait for 5 to 10 business days before you receive the certificate. And to our paper presenters, you may want to check out the UPOU FMDS Managed Journal of Management and Development Studies. JMDS is now accepting papers for submission for its next volume. For our social media users, either on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or LinkedIn, we want to encourage you to use the hashtag when posting the wonderful photos you have taken. The official hashtag is hashtag #OneUSRForum. Please make sure to put that on all your forum posts and pictures so that we can help share your photos and truly maximize this event. Thank you as well to all the officials, faculty, students, and staff of UPOU and KMU for organizing this event. We also thank our partners, both from local, national, and international organizations and communities. Once again, thank you all, our participants, both on-site and online, for your active participation in the International University Social Responsibility Forum. We look forward to seeing you in the next IUSR initiatives. Let's sustain our efforts and contributions to building sustainable communities and the world for everyone, at present and for the future generations. Safe travels and good afternoon.